2, 1, and we are going live. Okay, hi all. So this is, hopefully you all see, I see all of you in the chat. Whoops, my ear goes out. And we are doing a very unique party today. And so what you hear in the background are a bunch of Patreon members. We are all meeting in a place called Whereby, and it's a nice video conference room that we have for our Patreon family. And so you'll hear people talking in the background, and they can, when I put it up on my camera here, they can see your live feed, so they can see all the chat going on. And so they get to see that, and you get to hear them. So it's a nice little kind of, big party that we're having. And so what we're going to do is, I see all of you making comments. Excellent, howdy. I see Nick. Nick, you can come into Whereby if you want, because you know, hopefully you know how to get in here. Just take a look at my Patreon post. So you're welcome to join us, on Patreon. And then, let's see. I'm trying to see if any other Patreon people are here. Feel free to come on to the video conference room if you'd like. Otherwise, all of you on YouTube, hello. It looks like there's a ton of people. This is so wonderful to see you all. See from Michigan, Spokane, where else we got? Florida, awesome. Let's see, Brian, Tiffany, Shasta. This is wonderful. Brazil. Fantastic, Fabrico. I love seeing this. Thank you for saying hey, patrons. We are, hi from Tennessee, where it's very cloudy. Yeah, that's so sad. The funny thing is, if I go here, and so I've set this up so we can see lots of cool stuff. As a matter of fact, well, I'll do it in a sec. I got to change my scene. I've got multiple scenes set up for you all so that we can look at different things. Let me see. Here's the weather right now. This is the funny thing, is that we all thought, if I get out of the way, we all thought that Texas was going to be nasty, right? Completely clouded out. And it doesn't really look like it's so bad. There's some places in South Texas, but not really so much. I mean, there's a lot of places that have cleared out. So I'm hoping for those of you who have wispy clouds, these aren't really storm clouds, which is really nice. Because if you have just the wispy clouds, the cool thing that happens is that you end up, those wispy clouds go away. Especially if you're in the path of totality, when the sun really begins to darken the skies, those wispy clouds, they need the sunlight in order to cause the condensation from the evaporation of basically of thermals. They need the heat coming off of the ground to continue to liberate all that water to create those really puffy, wispy, thin clouds. And so when it gets dimmer, that effect goes away. And so you'll watch those clouds within about 15 minutes of totality, you'll watch those clouds dissipate. And so don't worry if there are these thin kind of misty things that you can kind of see through. Those will likely disappear before totality. Right, so you'll be able to enjoy the eclipse. So this is actually a real godsend, because at the beginning of the week, it wasn't looking like it was going to be like that. So hopefully, most of you are in the clear. All right, let me go back to, and this is going to be fun. All right, which one is it? I forget which one it is. Is it this one? Yeah. So this is what I've got going on for time and date. I am going to shift now to my main screen. And what's nice about the main screen is that, if I can see it from here, is this it? I think so. Yes. Okay. So what's cool about the main screen is that I have, there it is. I've got I gotta move my chair all over the place. I have got, it's not too far off. This up here on top of me is actually a real-time measure of what the eclipse is, what's going to happen, what's actually happening now, where totality is. Okay, and if I need to back my camera off or shrink down so you can see it, I'll do that. And then down here, this is UTC time. So every now and again, because I've got this playing really, really slow, and this thing is the real time, what you look for is basically whether this number right here matches this one. Okay, so right now my movie is a little bit slow, right? It's 6:40. What is that? Was that 14? No, what? 1:48? Yeah. So 1:48 Central Time, right? It's not quite right here. It's actually 1:50. So hopefully, I'll just adjust this movie as we go. But this movie, for the most part, is showing in real time where the eclipse, where the path of totality is. Okay. So hopefully that'll be a lot of fun. This is the live time and date, YouTube stream that we've got going on. And then this down here is what predictive science believes is what the corona will look like. Now this is from space. So if you're down on the ground in different locations, it will be tilted. Like these streamers coming out this way might be tilted this way or this way. So it's not exactly right. But north of the sun is this way. South of the sun is this way. This is the east limb, and that's the west limb. So you should see a lot of activity on the east limb when totality hits. Okay, and so the side that has a lot of stuff going on is going to be mainly east and somewhat north. So hopefully that's, gives you a little bit of idea of what's going on. And then I've got a lot of wonderful Patreon members. We've got 31 people in our party right now.
Hi.
Look at them all. Yeah, definitely say hi if you guys want to say hi.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome
to the party.
There we go. They can't see you, so if you wave, they're not going to see you, but they'll hear your voice.
Good afternoon.
Thanks, Jim. So you will hear them as we chat and enjoy the time together. And again, if you are a member of my Patreon family, come on into Whereby. You'll find my Whereby room. And if you prefer to just enjoy watching on YouTube, and we're going to go from different streams to see what's more fun, that kind of thing, or if we get bored, or if we want to talk about some of the particulars that we will see during this eclipse. For those of you who are in the path of totality, we can talk about lots of really cool things that you'll see. And hopefully we'll have a really great time. We don't have a scheduled ending for this. I will stay on, for those of you who are even clear up in Canada and beyond, if you want to stay on for that long. But we should have a lot of fun. Okay?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. And I might even take my other camera here. I have a cell phone cam that I might just take outside here in a short bit and see where the eclipse is, as far as California is concerned. We only get about 50% coverage here, so it's not going to be that startling, but we might see something.
Will you have to use Eclipse glasses?
Yeah, I have a couple. I could actually step outside here in a second. I will actually step outside and take a look, and I'll put them on my cell phone. So for those of you who would love to grab some footage, you can actually put Eclipse glasses right over your cell phone camera, and as long as it's right covering the lens, right, you keep it nice and tight, then you should be able to see it. Whether it's going to be able to focus through the glasses is hard to say. Sometimes it can if you force if you have a camera that allows you to force the focus to infinity, then you can do it. But it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at right here. It says they're talking about I see. This is San Diego. Good. So the eclipse is starting. I'm not exactly sure. I think it's supposed to start on this side, right here on this side. I don't know where their camera. If their camera is pointed straight north, I don't know which way they have their camera angled. So it's kind of hard to know. It's going to start maybe down here. if it's angled the way I think it is. If not, you know, we'll see. We'll see very soon. But let me know if anybody has been paying attention to this disc and has seen part of it start to dim, and we'll have a very good idea of how they've oriented their camera.
Yes, good question.
Yeah, I think it's too early yet. But I'm sure, just like NASA, and we'll go to the NASA feed here pretty soon. We can go to their feed in, you know, at 10 o'clock when it starts. But time and date has started early. So yeah. Hopefully you guys like this setup. Say again?
I think it's funny when you say, oh, not just for us, but other people.
I don't know if they're talking to us. I think someone has their microphone on and has just walked away. Hold on. I'm going to actually change my ear. I hear an echo in my ear. So yes, for those of you on YouTube, we are definitely, this is definitely casual. This is a lot different than, you know, one of my formal forecasts. Who is that? Someone's sneezing or something. This is a lot more casual than my typical forecasts or you know, mini courses or something like that. So just understand that that's the way it's going to be. But I will, I'm going to switch, whoops, real fast. I'll switch to the Eclipse with chat so we can see some of these chats right now. Someone was saying, yeah.
Tamitha, you should be able to mute people, so when you're getting other people talking in the background and noises, you should be able to go in and
I can, but I have to identify who it is.
Oh.
Because that's my only problem, is I'm not sure who it is. It might be,
I think most of us are muted. There's not very many that aren't. So
I will look to see who it might be. If anybody happens to identify who it might be that's mute, that's whoop, hold on, sorry about that.
It might remain forever unknown.
Right. But what is cool is that if you pay attention to the bubbles, so like, and this is for those people on Patreon, on Whereby, if you look at the bubbles for the people who don't have their cameras on, if you happen to see the outline of the bubble light up white, that is audio. So if somebody IDs them, then it makes it easier for me to tell who to mute. Does that make sense? So I definitely could use some help in that regard.
Yeah, sometimes I hear of mics instead of the November. You are
so there's one that's live right now. Who is that? Oh, that was Ann.
They're on the phone.
Oh, they're on the phone. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, so what I was going to say was, let's see, there's a couple people on YouTube right now. Adrian, of course you can come in, Nightlight Films, of course you can come in to Patreon, into the Whereby room if you'd like. Please feel free to do so. But I see lots of really wonderful people. Metal Halo, hello everyone. I see, let's see, Ham Radio Wilderness with Frank. This is KG6NLW. Says, I'm already seeing some effects on FT8. You are? That's fantastic. Ooh. Let me turn something on. Let's see. I'm going to take this camera out of its little holder here. So I've been
watching the Geochron, and yeah, we're starting to see some changes.
Oh, that's excellent. Okay. So hold on. Let me turn my droid cam on.
20 meters is opening up to the south for FT8.
That's wonderful. Let me do multi-frame so that we should be able to see my droid cam if it comes on. Come on, droid cam. Okay, here's my droid cam. Yes. So here's Geochron. Where are we seeing? Because I've got both PSK Reporter and an FT8 up. Are we seeing some of the frequencies change, or are we seeing actual contacts dropping?
Contacts by the looks of things. I'm just checking with a friend now who's down in Texas.
I'll be danged.
Yeah.
So this looks off for some reason. What? I'm not sure.
That's way off.
That's way off. Why is this here? This is not where the Eclipse is supposed to be. Patrick, this is not a very good advertisement for for Geocron. Okay, so totality is up in here somewhere right now. And anybody who wants to know where it is, here, let me, do you think this is casual? Is this casual enough for you guys? Let me set this up. Hold on a sec. So you're seeing me walk. Hopefully it's not making anyone dizzy.
Hey, Tamitha.
Yeah.
You might move your chair slightly. The back of your chair is blocking the lower fourth third of the
Sure.
of the screen.
Yeah,
when
I
where
sure will.
you're trying to point to.
Yeah, sure. I sure will. Give me a sec. And I
And
will.
Tamitha, is that black spot, is that reporting the relative position of the sun, or is it reporting the eclipse position?
It's supposed to be reporting the eclipse position. So hold on
okay.
a sec. Yeah, because I'll show you the relative position of the sun. Let me see if I can get a better. Is that closer? Whoops, no. That's the further camera. This is the closer camera. And let me zoom in a little bit.
Okay.
Is that better, guys? If I could have had time to actually, what I can do is I can zoom in a little bit more because we probably care more about this region, right? If I could have taken time to get this set up so that it's in you know, like a digital screen, I would have, but I didn't have time. So because it takes a lot more wiring, and I've got a lot of wires as it is. So yeah, ignore this. Here's, if you want to know the relative position of the sun right now in terms of the globe, this is the analemma, okay, and you can tell we're right like in the center of that figure 8. That's because we're close to equinox. The solstices, this would be the winter solstice for the northern hemisphere, the summer solstice for the northern hemisphere. Hopefully you're seeing that.
Yep.
Okay, good. I didn't want to block it out. So this is supposed to be the path of totality, but the path of totality, I mean, the sun should be up here. I don't know why he's got this off so badly.
It almost looks like he's got a miscalculated time zone.
That's exactly what I think too, Mark. I can totally tell. So path of totality is somewhere up here right now, so please ignore the black dot. And how you can tell that is here. This, I think, we're pretty close if I get out of the way of the UTC time. This is really strange. If you guys didn't think I was goofy before, you now know how goofy I can really get. Okay, so here's UTC time, right? This is real. This here is my best job of trying to make a movie run in real time, and you will see me make corrections. I'm running it on a smidge on the slow side because I can't get OBS to give me fractions. So I'm running it at like 3%, and it's supposed to be like 3.5%. So the speed of this movie is a little slow, so I have to correct it. As you can see, I've lost a little time here, about 2 or 3 minutes at this point. But this is about where totality is. At least that's what it seems to be, unless I'm an hour ahead. Somebody can let me know if I'm an hour ahead. Am I an hour ahead?
We're not supposed to have it till this afternoon.
I am an hour ahead.
Missouri. I'm Central Zone.
Yeah.
Okay, so hang on. Let me fix that. That's
Yeah,
the
no,
nice thing about this.
I know here in Utah, up here in a little bit north of Salt Lake, we're at 12:32, and we'll be about 50%.
Okay, so it's 17:03. So I'm looking for an 03 if I recall. So that should be an 03. That's about where the beginning of the movie.
Central time currently is 12:03.
That's what I was going to ask.
There we go. Okay, so I'm really sitting. So we haven't even gotten close to it yet. Yeah, there we go. That basically the center, right here. Okay, so we're getting close. That makes more sense too.
Yeah.
That feels better. I was an hour ahead, but I set this up when we were doing our setup earlier today. This party, by the way, for those of you on YouTube, this party has been going on for a lot longer than 9:30. We've been some of these folks have been on here since like 8 o'clock my time, which is Pacific Standard Time, Pacific Daylight Time, and so they saw me. Setting stuff up, and we were all chatting and having a fun time. So the party started a while ago, but I only have a movie that starts about like here. So I had reset the movie for them, and it could only go as far back as I could, and I needed to reset it. So there you go. So hopefully now this will stay reasonably close to the UTC, right? at least as far as the minutes are concerned, because this time here, this is for those who are curious. This is I think it's greatamericaneclipse.com. What a great little movie. This goes through the path of totality as if you're going over the land, as if you were the moon itself, going completely over the land. And what's cool about it is that it shows all the cities and all the states and all the countries that you pass through. And so I slowed this movie. I took a movie of it, got the movie, and slowed it down to the best of my ability to kind of make it be real time, right? So like I said, with a few corrections here and there, because OBS won't let me do 0.5%. So it runs a little bit, it's going to run a little bit on the slow side, most likely. As you can see, I'm already losing a little bit of time. I will make little minor corrections as the Eclipse progresses, so that we keep this reasonably in the real place. Okay? Whoops. So somebody's loud.
Tamitha, what's NASA doing?
What's NASA doing? Are they on yet?
Somebody said in
They just.
the chat that they were.
Oh, good. Okay. So let's see. And some other people in the chat. Let me move to. Oh gosh, that looks terrible with that. With the other one. Eclipse with the chat. I'm putting that back up. Someone just said that 15 meters went out.
Really?
Yeah. So 15 meters has gone out. Let me go to. Yeah, and I'm already seeing people in the chat saying this is very unprofessional. Guys, it's a party. We're having fun. So
this is how people interact in
Get the
2024.
video on, but there's still stuff happening on 15.
There's still stuff happening on 15. That probably matters where you are too, because as you know, it's very
I'm looking
similar.
At the global, exactly. Yes. Yes.
Right. So it's very similar to going into the gray line. So as you get close to the path of totality, it's going to be very similar to what it is when you go into the gray line. You may have some very strange DX. You may have some very strange, especially high frequency. High frequency will drop down a bit, and lower frequencies will pick up. Right, higher wavelengths will.
Hey,
Right.
I'm going to
Tamitha.
look at 40
Yeah.
and see what's happening there.
So Tamitha, the people that want the more professional, just tell them it's 20 kilohertz up, and they can just turn the dial up a little bit.
They can just.
So we'll just keep our informal party. And also, it might be interesting to the group. Some may or may not know this. There's a lot of scientific studies, and there's one major one related to ham radio operators with different activities going on, a lot of measurements, a lot of there's just a lot of stuff going on right now besides what we're doing to measure it and interpret and see what it does with the ionosphere. So and you're very aware of that because I sent you the email and the stuff and worked with Ed and Nathaniel. But anyway, there's a lot of other things going on.
Yes, and we are, and that's hamsci.org. I'm trying to find where here's my NASA live feed, finally. Okay, so here is the NASA live feed. We are now going to be watching it. I will switch, and I'll keep looking at the chats on YouTube, but right now I'm going to switch to our Eclipse. I will take this camera off, hold on. So we can take a look at our
I just
Eclipse.
want to say I did make it. This is Nick.
Oh, great,
thanks,
Nick.
everyone.
Whoops, careful, someone's actually sharing that now, which is fine. Do you guys want to share and look at the NASA feed online?
The celestial alignment.
I don't know. I can stop. I'm going to stop sharing that for now. Yeah, I'll stop sharing that. So that's So if you see the NASA feed, you can feel free to click on it, but don't. Not click on it. You can copy the link, but if you want to watch it in your own, on a different screen or something. But if you click on a link that's in Whereby, what ends up happening is that all of us end up seeing that particular, YouTube video with the audio and everything else. So, okay. So. Oh, and Mark, you're actually in the YouTube chat as well, I see.
Yep, I'm in both of them. That's the wonders of having multiple computers.
That's true. That's true. How is the audio on the YouTube feed? Is it good or is it?
I haven't mixed it in.
Haven't listened.
Give me a minute and I'll let you know.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Bye, Mark.
So yeah, so we have a lot of people, as you can see, tons of NASA folk that are going to be talking up a storm here, which is wonderful. But they're not going to talk about it from the perspective of space weather, which is why it's kind of nice to have some predictions from Predictive Science, which is a heliophysicist. They're some of my colleagues, John Linker and et al. And they've used models of the solar corona to be able to, get an idea of what, as it rotates around, basically what the field lines will look like and how that's going to shape basically the solar wind, the solar corona, and then the solar wind that's blowing off from it. So it's kind of neat to be able to see that, and potentially when we see totality in some of these locations, be able to see, how well it does, how well their prediction maps out. But we definitely have a little ways to go. I'm not sure they're showing this in Cleveland. Is this real right now? I don't know. The NASA feed, the NASA feed isn't really showing the sun. I was hoping that the NASA feed would show the sun, but right now it's just a bunch of talking heads.
Audio sounds wonderful over there.
Does it really?
Yes.
Oh, good. It doesn't sound distorted or anything. I was so nervous that it was going to sound distorted.
Very clean.
Awesome. Yeah, so Metal Halo saying you got the NASA notification too. Where are the telescopes? Well, I probably will go back. There's one. So this is one. Where are they? They're in Mazatlan. So yeah, the eclipse obviously is just barely starting, as you can see here, right? As we get into it, this is like now a minute behind, but I'll update it. So in Mazatlan here, it's showing that it should be total totality. That's interesting. Right at 11:10. I'm not sure where in Mazatlan they are. So I am just going by the time and date eclipse path of totality. You would think that would be, I don't know, if anyone else, if this is still an hour in advance, let me know. Anybody know Mazatlan Standard Time? Or Mexico Standard Time? I think that's what that is. I don't think it might be Mountain Standard, but I don't think so. I think it's Mexico Standard, Mexican Standard Time. So if this is the correct time for Mexican Standard Time, or I can't still be an hour advanced, am I? With this movie?
Let me look it up. Let's see.
I don't think so. But yes, the audio is great. Thank you, Tim. I appreciate Tim saying that the audio is great. And Steffi, let us know where you are. You said you got eyes to check outside. Be right back. Cool. Oh, and Texas Flash Clove installer here too. Say my name. Hey, Texas. Hey, Flash. Good to see you. Yeah, NASA's very disappointing. I agree. This is a bunch of bleh. They put the eclipse teeny tiny down here, and then they're talking about all the phenomenology. Oh, right. And then the commercial. I mean, I love you, NASA, but come on. The solar eclipse is not a commercial for your armada of spacecraft that are out there taking a look at it. I mean, that's just kind of, look at them. It's just a bunch of people. I am very proud of the NASA missions, yes. But today is not about NASA missions. It's about people enjoying the eclipse, for goodness sake. So,
It's about tax dollars, Tamitha. Tax dollars.
Tax dollars, right? Tax dollars at work. Totally true. That's so funny. But we can, I'm willing to go back to time and date if you guys want, so that we can just kind of look more at an eclipse. We can always come back and forth. There's also other amateur astronomers taking a look at live feeds, having their own live feeds going out in different locations. Some of those can be fun. I have set this up so that we can basically do whatever we want and go to any live feed we want to go to. So you guys want to put something in the chat or tell me where to go, or whether you're on YouTube or whether you're on Whereby, we can go to those particular live feeds, because sometimes they just get a little bit dull, right?
Durango is in Mountain Standard Time. That's what they use.
Durango?
Yeah.
So
According to
yeah, here they're showing CST.
CST, so that'd be Central, so it's one time zone over. So it must have moved.
So it must have moved. So is this correct? Is this the correct time or not? If this is Central?
I think you're still an hour advanced.
Am I still an hour in advanced?
Well, we're 10:14 a.m. Pacific time, and CST is 2 hours. So that's Central Standard Time. So that would be 10:14. So that'd be 12:14. 12:14 Central Time.
Which is what this is. So that's
Yep.
saying that we're right on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But that's, Tamitha, that's actually Central Daylight Savings Time, 12.
So that's Central Standard. Oh, you're right. You're right. That's CST, not CDT.
Yes.
And we have some friends down in Honduras, and they do not change as the United States does.
Okay. So we will have fun with this. So this is what's so nice about this, and you guys being, I'm grateful that you guys are being casual about all of this, because this is kind of fun. This is fun for me. I've never done all this, and because I don't have, this is just me.
It will.
It's just us.
It's very slow.
I still have
Also,
to
Zulu,
wait.
Oops.
Huh?
Zulu time, I believe, is no, it's Zulu time's correct.
Yeah, Zulu time I have down there. That's the time I know. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep playing this, because all I have this to is 11 is this is the beginning of the movie. So we're early. We're just early, and I just keep resetting it. So it's going to tick tock, and we'll just keep resetting it until it catches up.
So maybe Geocron was right.
Is that okay? That's what can I do? I can only start the movie when it happens. But I think this movie really is very telling. It's going to be very, very useful because it shows all the little cities in and around the area. And so when we, well, Houston, can you mute? Because I mute. Can you mute your mic for me? Yeah, I can still.
Stopped.
No, you didn't mess up. You're just making me hungry with all the chip rattling, the chip bag rattling, or whatever that was. It looked like you're munching something. So.
I had a plastic bag. That's my fault.
No.
This Houston, until the guy got back on.
Hey, is
was
my
I was
audio
reloading
okay?
the plastic
I
bag.
just set this up.
Who is speaking? Because I'm hearing you. Someone said, "Is my audio okay? I just set this up." Who is that? Uh-oh, because I don't hear you anymore. So your audio was okay, and now I'm not sure it is.
No, hey, this is Nick. Yeah, I was just making sure my audio is good.
Oh yeah, Nick, your audio's wonderful. So you're good.
Sweet.
Are you seeing it?
Yeah, how's that?
Oh, very cool. How much do you see? Do you see anything like this?
No, that's more.
That's more?
It's just a tiny bit.
Just a teeny tiny, but it's starting? Cool. So
It's like someone took a bite.
like someone took a bite out of the sun. So I might at some point here, just for grins, I might set up a tripod outside and tape these glasses to my camera, and then have us take a look so you guys can see what is going on in my backyard right now. We're only going to get about a 50% coverage. So, but because we're, the West Coast, we're going to be getting it first before other people. So it might actually be fun to see. It's not going to be as stunning as this picture, obviously, right? But it is something. It's actual live. And then we do have a couple people who are actually out and about. Hopefully Mike Richardson will check in with us a little bit later. He's actually in Texas now, doing the field reporting. And so shortly after totality for him, he's going to come. He said he was going to post a video on YouTube and then share it with us so we can see what he got to see. I didn't want him to post and report during real time, because I want people to be able to enjoy the eclipse. They shouldn't be sitting there having to muck about with technology when a once in a lifetime event is occurring. So I'm looking forward to hearing from him. We might have a couple other people being able to join us as well. So. Okay, I'm going to let's take a look back at YouTube, some YouTube comments, make sure that everyone feels that they're getting paid attention to. Yeah, the sound guy's eating chips. Yeah, that's the thing with a casual party, is that you're going to end up having noises off, which is fun. Yeah, I'm still an hour ahead. I know. My movie doesn't go back far enough, so I have to keep resetting it until we're actually in there. Until we're actually in the time period that it works. But, hey, at least we're early. So that's good. Excellent. I'm glad you guys still think the audio is good. So it's wonderful.
Tamitha, does my microphone work?
Hey, yes, Lourdes, I recognize your voice. So yes, your mic is working beautifully.
Okay, this is the new laptop. I don't know where the microphone is.
Oh.
It's somewhere with the move. I'm still in a motel in Albuquerque.
Are you?
Google tells me I start at 11:16 Mountain Time. Should I go outside and look?
You can, yeah. I'm not sure at Albuquerque that you're seeing anything. We're just beginning to see stuff here in Southern California. So I'm not sure you'll be seeing anything there in Albuquerque yet, but you could definitely try, for sure.
Well.
Yeah, you have your glasses.
Hi, Heidi. Yeah, I have glasses. Don't worry.
Cool.
Amazon says they're NASA approved.
Yes. And,
right on.
And some people have asked me about these types of Eclipse glasses and whether or not they can use welding masks. I actually didn't know the answer until recently. I actually looked it up, and no, even with the welding, I think it's like welding number 3 and number 4 is what people typically use. The problem with the welding masks is that even though they will block out enough visible light, what they don't block out enough of is UV light and infrared, because the arc welder spark has a different spectral intensity. And it's not as strong in the UV, and it's not as strong in the infrared. So the problem is when you look at the solar spectrum through a welding mask or shield, the problem is you can still burn your eyes, not only with the UV but also with heat. So sadly, no, you really shouldn't. And because you don't feel pain when if your eyes are burning for whatever reason, if your eyes are burning, it's not gonna. You may not feel it. And if it's not bright enough, you may not get that tiered response, right? So like when things are really bright, your eyes tear up and you're like, oh, I feel blinded. If you put on something like a welder's mask, you're not blinded, so you don't get that response, that teary-eyed response. And so you could be burning your retina and not even know it because there's no pain receptors back there. And then, later on, you're kind of like, wait, why? I don't see very well. What's happening? And you go to your doctor and they're like, well, you fried your retina because you're not using what's ISO rated. And I had it written down, the ISO rating. I don't know if I have it with me. I might be able to say it. Hold on. Let's see. See if I still have it written down nearby.
Bad thing about arc flash is it doesn't hurt until the next day.
Oh my gosh, really? Jeez,
Yep.
that's awful. That's the thing, is that and then by then it's too late, right? You just kind of have to suffer with it. Yeah, the ISO rating, the ISO standard that you can use if your welding mask or any other type of protection you have is ISO standard 12312-2. Okay, so I'll say it again, 12312-2. That is the ISO standard that you can use. So if your welding mask or whatever other protection you have is ISO rated for that, then you're good. You're golden. If it is not, don't risk it, because you will not know if you are damaging your eyes. Okay, so make sure that you have something that is made for eclipses, made for the solar spectrum. Okay, because the energy of the solar spectrum is very different. It's fundamentally different than it is for arc welding or any other type of very bright phenomena that people oftentimes shield their eyes with. And definitely not sunglasses. And even more importantly, and this is something that I had to learn about too.
Looks good. It's really looking good. Yeah, it is. I think you're right.
Oh, I'm hearing people.
This is Mike Richardson. Can you let me in the room? A video
Yes.
spot?
You should be. Where are you? You're in the room.
I'm in Conway, Arkansas.
And you are in the room now because you're talking to us.
Okay. It's not letting me go put a video up.
Oh. Okay. So hang on a sec. Let me, because we've got 12 people. So let me turn this camera off. Go ahead, Mike. Excellent. I'm going to spotlight you. Hey, you.
Okay. I'm in Conway, Arkansas. We've been chasing clear skies, and there's a band going through Arkansas that's mostly cirrus, high-level cirrus. And you can see we've got pretty good visibility of the area around. Open this up.
And I'm going to record this. I'm going to record this video, not for YouTube or anything, but for just us. So, Mike, I've got an archive recording going now of what you're showing us. So this is awesome.
Okay, and so you can put me on YouTube too. We found a large parking lot out here. We're across from the Boys and Girls Club of Faulkner County.
Okay.
And there's just not a whole lot of people out here, as you can see. The traffic wasn't bad coming up here at all. But the main thing is, it looks like the weather's going to hold until after totality. There
that's
is
great.
a thin layer of clouds, and I'm gonna switch over and record high definition YouTube for totality, and then I'm gonna upload it, and I'll share the link on here so that y'all can review it as soon as I can get it uploaded.
I love it. I love it. So do you need to leave to do that, or can you stay online and we can kind of just hang with you for a little bit?
But I don't have enough equipment to do this. I'm gonna have to leave the room to do that because I've only got one phone.
No worries. No worries. But thank you for checking in. I got you because you gave me permission. I'm getting you live on YouTube so people can see you live on YouTube right now. And yeah, C. Blanton was said, please put him on. So I have. So hopefully you guys can see that. Anybody in YouTube want to say hi to Mike Richardson right now before he has to duck out so he can watch totality? How's the cloud cover there, Mike? Is it just wispy clouds?
It's just high level cirrus clouds, and the forecast is that they're going to hold through the eclipse, and then actually the weather conditions are going to deteriorate because we're just north of a warm front, and it's going to start moving north and start raining.
Oh, wow.
So we got in just in the nick of time.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Yeah, we're seeing people saying, hi Mike, Brody Love, Metal Halo, one of mine, Nick Evitz, Moonbeam, Cat Love, Andy Cowley, Leona Byrne, C. Blanton, Laws said that, Ted D, all sorts of people, Steffi B saying, hi Mike. So yeah, all of you people who wondered what one of the moderators is, this is Mike Richardson, one of our wonderful moderators of the YouTube channel, also now an official field reporter out in what city? Where exactly are you now?
I'm in Conway, Arkansas.
He's in Conway, Arkansas, and the skies look good. The nice thing, Mike, is that it looks like you're going to be, those little clouds, they may actually dissipate a bit right before totality, too. So if you got a little mist above you, don't worry about it. Once the skies start dimming, the heat energy that supplies, creates those clouds is going away. So those little wispy things will go away.
I was wondering about that because these are high-level cirrus clouds. And I saw it happen in 2017 in Tennessee, where the clouds evaporated just before totality, but these were lower level clouds. So you're telling me that the clouds in the upper levels are going to evaporate as well?
Depends upon whether they're really thick or not. It all depends upon the amount of time that we have. So if they're thick enough and they're high enough, then there won't be time for them. But some of that will go away, guaranteed. So it will be a little bit more clear than likely it is now, and you'll start noticing it. So, but we'll be rooting for you. I hope you have a fantastic clear shot, and the corona looks just stunning.
Well, the only trouble that I'm having right now, the sun is actually so bright. I had to get my phone on a tripod and put it underneath a tree so I can see the controls to log in and report to y'all.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, that actually is a blessing in disguise because that means that you really don't have that much cloud cover, and the chances of you having really good
starting to come up some right now.
Yeah.
I mean, of me, and there's condensation trails from jets all over the sky.
Oh my goodness.
See that or not?
No, well, we could see a little bit of the white clouds, just a little bit. Yeah, I see them. Yeah, but those trails again, they're going to dissipate. That's not going to be. I don't think those are going to be staying for very long because all of that fuels that is going to be the same stuff that is being caused by the thermals rising off of the ground from the heat the sun gives. And so you can have a good 15 minutes of dissipation, chance for those clouds to dissipate prior to totality because it'll get so dark there.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So shall we shall we all say goodbye so you have a chance to set up and enjoy yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Probably just log in. I mean, I'll dial back in, but I'm gonna get the video and get it uploaded and post the link in the chat, and then that as well, you can post that on, out in the open as well.
Okay, we will. We'll share it and we'll make sure. And I hope you join. Definitely when you get a chance after totality, join us back and let us know what you experienced. I hope it's fantastic.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I'll talk to y'all later.
Okay. Bye,
Bye-bye.
Mike. Bye.
Tamitha?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Bart. How are you?
Hi.
I'm
doing well.
I'm pretty good. My Flex radio is back in Texas again for repair.
Okay.
I just wanted to thank you for giving that presentation a few minutes ago about the welder's goggles, because I've got my number 14 filter right here that I was planning to go outside and watch with. So I think we'll just stick here and curtail that.
Yes. Oh, I'm so glad. I feel. Yes. I sometimes I feel a little strange when I feel like I'm kind of towing talking like a mother hen, but the sad thing is that our eyes just don't tell us when they're hurt, and the only way they respond is typically through brightness, too much brightness, and they make our eyes water. But outside of that, they really don't know if they're hurt. So I would be just devastated if, because I talk to people who want to use welder's goggles, and there's so much stuff out there saying that welder's goggles are fine to use, and they're really not, sadly. So hey, if that helped.
I was really surprised by what you said, because I presumed if a number 14 filter is good enough for plasma welding, that it seems common sense says it should be okay for this, but there's always something you don't know that could bite you.
That's right. Yeah, and that's sadly the case. And it's not because it can't block out enough visible light, right? You look through the filter and it looks just fine. The problem is there's this solar spectrum, it's just different, right? It wasn't rated for that particular spectrum. So there's too much energy in areas that it doesn't filter out well. And so what you might do to kind of compensate for that is take your cell phone. Put the filter on your cell phone, because I seriously doubt that it's going to bother your cell phone lens too much. And then take short bursts, and you can look through your cell phone with that filter on it. So that might be a nice compromise. If it causes a little issue with your cell phone, I've had, cell phones are rated so much now that you can actually get the sun directly in these cell phones, and it really doesn't with the chip cameras. They're pretty resilient. They don't, the CCDs don't really get injured that much unless it's, unless you're really, really staring at it for hours and hours. But during, something like a partial eclipse, during little bursts here and there, a few minutes here and there, or even through totality and back out the other side, which is something like less than maybe, 5. Well, in this case, totality is typically about 4 minutes. If you're really like right now, the totality, I think the biggest one is going to be at 4 minutes and 37 seconds, if I recall. But then for some places, like I know in Quebec, it's only going to be 1 minute and 27 seconds up there, because they're right on the hairy edge of totality. But even just that period of time, a little bit on either side, 5 minutes or so, I think with a filter on your camera, even if it's not Eclipse rated, it's not going to damage your camera. But but it will your eyes. So maybe that could be a compromise.
Yeah, I guess I lucked out, because the last eclipse, partial eclipse that I had was a few years ago. We were in Delaware,
Yeah.
and I used the welder's filter there, and I guess I lucked out by not having any adverse effects from it.
Good. Yeah, because you definitely could have, and so I'm very grateful that that didn't happen. But it's definitely something you should consider not doing because of that. Just to be safe, right? I mean, and you probably didn't use the welder's goggles enough or long enough to be able to actually damage your eyes. But I definitely over time, you know, it could be a real problem. So that's what I've read, that's what I've learned, and it makes sense. So better safe than sorry. I just noticed that someone was talking about 15 meters. Some people are definitely seeing 15 and 20 meters dropping down and acting more like they do on the night side. So I'm sure that's happening. I also wanted to mention that that some of the fun stuff that's going on regarding the scientific and the citizen science stuff that's going on. Not only is Hamsci doing their QSO party, so if you're a ham radio operator, definitely listen to the bands or get on and make contacts if you can, because you may, even if you're not registered, you may be making contacts with someone who has registered for the Eclipse Festival of Eclipse Party, the Faux Ice Party, and you may be helping them do scientific research. But not only are we doing that type of thing to understand how the ionosphere is changing over with the moon shadow going across, but I found out just recently that there is a huge magnetometer party going on. Peter Chi and this is Dr. Peter Chi from UCLA, he had posted something just recently that the smart magnetometer team, smart magnetometers have been built. They're these little pocket magnetometers that have been built, oh my gosh, since I was back at UCLA. So this is back in the 90s. The smart magnetometers were just these little boxes that now have gotten down really small. They're now run by Raspberry Pis. They used to be run by full computers. But now there's these little boxes, and they are, in this case, they're surface magnetometers that you can just set right on the ground, and you align them properly with a level and a compass that's gets you to line it properly with magnetic north. And when you do that, the magnetometer then is set to be able to register big deviations in Earth's magnetic field as the shadow of the moon goes overhead. And the funny thing is, you wouldn't think that would cause anything, that there would be a big deal with the Earth's magnetic field. But the funny thing is, the ionosphere, right, which is our upper atmosphere, and it's the part of the atmosphere that is electrified, right, that is charged. And the same stuff that's causing the ionosphere to change radio propagation and make certain radio waves propagate, do skywave better than others, that same conductivity and density changes that are going on up there are going to affect not just electric fields, but the magnetic field of Earth as well. So what is really interesting that we've learned maybe in the past 5 years or so is that solar eclipses can trigger substorms. So solar eclipses can trigger space weather. It's just amazing that one kind of space weather can actually trigger another. And this is because as those conductivity changes occur in our upper atmosphere, if the Earth's magnetic field is already kind of unstable, then what happens is it doesn't take much. It's like the straw that broke the camel's back. And you just take a little bit of instability in our upper ionosphere to kind of wiggle, and then that causes a magnetic field line to wiggle, because they're kind of, electric fields and magnetic fields are like two, the left hand and the right hand that shake hands all the time. And so if the electric field changes, the magnetic field changes, and that little wiggle, even clear down in the Earth's upper ionosphere, is enough to wiggle out into the far reaches of Earth's magnetic field and cause a configuration change. It could cause an instability that then makes reconnection go, and everything just kind of breaks, and you get the slingshot toward Earth, and you can actually spark auroras in the auroral zones, basically due to the eclipse. And this has been documented in multiple papers over time. So that's one of the really neat things about this study. And I'm hoping that because a couple of my colleagues are working very closely with it. Peter Chi is, as well as Liz Jensen. She's one of the ones that's out in Texas doing some magnetometer, some smart magnetometer work. And so I am going to be looking very forward to seeing what their results are, because if they end up having substorms that they can actually recognize, and then we can see them in, some of the AE indices, and possibly even coordinate with aurora photographers who are up there and are seeing this as well on the night side, that would just be the coup de grace for solar eclipse and space weather to me. It'd just be really, really cool.
Hey, Tamitha.
Yeah.
Hi, Tamitha.
Hi.
Hey, Tamitha.
Yeah.
It's Jerry.
Oh, hey, Jerry. God, I didn't recognize your voice. You're probably not able to get online. Open your camera right now, because we've got 12 people with their cameras on.
I saw that. Yeah, I was just showing you my setup. I'm out here in my backyard photographing.
Oh, cool. Let me get someone, because I see a couple people have walked by their cameras.
I can go off.
Well, hang on. No, okay, that's fine. But I mean, like, Ann was gone and Marty's gone at the moment, so I'm going to turn their cameras off momentarily. I forgot to tell people that if they're going to leave their room or leave leave their their station, to please turn your cameras off so other people can get in. Oh, this is great, Jerry. I'm going to pin you. Do you mind, Jerry, if we put you on live on YouTube?
Well, I probably, once it starts here in Indianapolis, I'll be busy handling the camera, so I may stay on listening, but I won't probably be keep the video going.
Do you
because
mind?
I'm going to have to be over there. Pardon?
Do you mind if I put your video on YouTube right now because I'm just going to do it by hand?
No, that's not a problem.
Okay, I'll do
That's
that
why
right now.
I just checked in. The first start of it doesn't start here till 1:54.
Whoop. It doesn't start here till 1:54. Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
But in Indianapolis, we have totally clear skies with a very thin layer of cirrus clouds that you can't even hardly see. So.
Oh, that's great.
And no wind.
Okay.
And so it's going to be great. My first experience of using a solar tracker and everything like this took me about 2 days to figure out how to make it work.
Oh my goodness! Wow. So this is cool. So are going to be videoing and recording, hopefully?
I'll just be shooting. I won't be doing any videoing. No, I'm just shooting. I'll be shooting it, and once it goes into the totality, I'll do a bunch of shooting and then have to stack the photos and try to get the best shot I can get out of that. I got a little video camera I'm going to be running while it's on, but that's just to pick up the noise or whatever there is. There's no one around here to make noise, but see if I could maybe get some kind of effect of the 360-degree twilight out of it.
Right. No, I would. If you are able after totality to come back on and share some of that with us, even if it's just sharing your screen with just different photos or something, I would be so grateful. That would be just so wonderful if we could have a little experience of what it was like to have totality at your location.
Yeah, I can do that. I'll try anyhow. What I was going to see here is the sun is so bright that I can't see my tablet.
That's what Mike was saying. He checked in a short bit ago too.
I've got to get in the shade in order to see anything, and I don't know if this will show up or not. Probably not.
Hang
on. I'm moving in where it's dark. Now, what I'm going to show you here.
Hope you don't mind. He's on YouTube.
If you can see that. I'm actually running the camera through an app, and that's what you call the back of the screen on the camera.
Oh, that's cool.
The shot of the sun right now.
Right. Oh, that is so awesome. So you get to watch it while you're, watching it live in a sense while you're doing the actual shots, and you don't have to worry about staring up at the sun too much. But please make sure that you enjoy totality and aren't just solely behind the lens of your of your camera, right? You're going to make sure that you get a chance to really enjoy it.
Oh yes, yeah. This is my second go around. I did the 2017 one, and I didn't have the tracker, and when I really had to hustle in order to see everything and get pictures at the same time. So, but this will be a lot easier for me.
Oh, that's cool. Good.
Wonderful.
Pretty pond
But I
in the
thought I
back,
would check
too.
in before things get hectic around here.
Yeah.
And I will add another. Note. My Grape 2 receiver has been installed for ham sci and the magnetometer. So I'm collecting not only the data for this eclipse and forever on, but also magnetometer
data. That's so
data.
great. Thank you so much for doing that. So are you who is manning the who is manning the ham bands right now at your station?
Oh, nobody. I won't be on the air for the Eclipse QSO party.
You won't be, but you're still collecting data. That's very cool.
Well, yeah. That grape receiver is monitoring WWV on 5, 10, and 15 megahertz, and we're doing the Doppler effect of the. I'm going to show you if you can see it. Matter of fact, the easy way to do it. If you want to be patient with me, I take a little walk around the fence, if that's all right.
Sure. This is a casual party, and you know, we're just kind of hanging out together. So, I'm loving getting a chance to see all this. That's a pretty pond in your backyard.
Yep, I got a pond in my backyard.
And so for
pine
those
tree that just about can't get by it anymore.
It's so big. Oh, because of the I see that on the land. For those people on YouTube, this is we've got Jerry Ryan here, K8VGL. He is the other moderator of our YouTube channel. He has done a wonderful job. So he is now also a field reporter for us for this solar eclipse, and he's also part of Ham Sci as well. So.
Yeah, this is the magnetometer that I installed yesterday.
Oh,
buried it in the ground.
Very nice.
And you see the cable leading away from it. It actually has to go. It's about 120-foot cable to get to the front of the house and into the receiver.
Yeah, that's an ordeal. So you have to make sure that's all weatherproof and everything, right? So when it rains and whatnot, it stays good.
It's a direct burial cable.
Oh, that is cool.
So anyhow.
Yeah,
that's why I'm not on the chat room with you today. Is I'm busy doing my own.
People are saying hello. We've got Metal Halo saying hey Jerry. Brody Love 2 saying hello. 365 likes. That's great. Bill Pullen is saying he's happy to watch the presentation. Oh yes, and he's also looking forward to me being in Massachusetts at the Ham Exposition, right on August 24th. Yes, I am a keynote there. So in August I will be in Massachusetts and meeting some wonderful hams there as well. Oh, I see you, Jerry. For just a sec, you want to say hi to everybody on YouTube because they're seeing your camera.
Okay. They're seeing my camera. Well, yeah, there it is.
There's your camera. Yeah, I mean, seeing you. If you wanted to flip it and say hi. No? I don't blame you. It's okay.
Great looking setup, Jerry.
Huh?
Great looking setup, Jerry.
Well, thank you. I said it was a one-time learner because I didn't have this the last time, and I was pretty late getting one in there and trying to figure out how to set it up, but I managed to make it.
It looks really good. I mean,
it's doing pretty good. It doesn't track perfectly, and the reason for that is in order to do that, I had to be able to see Polaris to do a polar alignment, and we've been under clouds, and so all I can do is set it close, and then I have to do tweaking, but it doesn't move in like 1 minute. Now it takes about 20 or 30 minutes to get out of range. So.
Oh, got it.
Which makes a big difference.
Yeah, I just got notified that it's 10:47 in California, so I need to take a look outside in my own yard to see what's going on. So, Jerry, I'm going to feel free to keep chatting with people. I am going to take my camera here away from your camera feed here and actually walk outside with it to see what I can see.
Well, that's fine, Tamitha. I just wanted to check in with you. I'll drop off and let you all carry on because I got other things I got second things to do before we actually start seeing the moon take a chunk out of the sun here.
That's right. I got it. So let me walk outside. I'm going to do my thing here too. I may not have time for and hang on a sec. This is my backyard. It's not all that great looking, but I'm going to turn up the audio a little bit. I may not be able to hear you guys here for a second. Did someone say something?
Tamitha?
Yeah.
Hey, this is Ron. Just real quickly to add on with Jerry. So there were 25 of us selected to do what they call these Great Twos to monitor 24 hours a day. And we've got them going with the Eclipse. And those magnetometers, if people are interested, the one that Jerry showed, that's a 24-hour, 7 days a week deal. And if people are interested, they can just go on the HamSci site. But we're monitoring those, and there's just a lot of stuff going on. But you're trying to get in your yard. I'll go back in my corner for a little while.
Let's talk about that again, and I'll put a link in the chat, in the YouTube chat, and you can put a link in the Whereby chat if you'd like about this, about HamSci. Definitely want to talk more about that because that is such an incredibly important, what do you call it, experiment. Hold on one second. I'm beginning to.
Magnetometers are just incredible. You saw what Jerry had. You just dig a little hole, put it down, you're ready to go. So anyway, I'll let you go on with what you were doing.
Right.
And the data from these magnetometers it's going to be after that, after the eclipse and things settle down. The HamSci people got it done in the last 59th second and got the receivers out to us. And there's an awful lot of post work that needs to be done before we can even start seeing data. But right now, they got the job done and got them distributed, and everybody's up on at least putting the data up on their servers so we can get to it later. But there's no way to see it for right now. Probably won't be for, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 weeks maybe before they get everything put back together again.
Well, sadly, my camera is not focusing. I can see it through the Eclipse glasses myself, but you can kind of see a little bit of a chunk being taken out, but I can see it better when I look through the Eclipse glasses. It looks a lot prettier than my camera is showing it. So give me just a sec while I try to clean the lens. I don't know, guys. It may not work with this cell phone. Oh, I know what I could do. Hold on. I'm sorry, you're going to see a lot of weird stuff for a second while I take off the... I'm going to try to take it out of its case. That may help. Because Eclipse is actually quite pretty right now. But I would really love to be able to share it with you. So let's see if this helps. Hold on. So put this back on this. So you should see basically nothing. And is that any better? Oh, come on. There we go.
There we go, yeah. Yep.
See it? Whoop. Let me see if I can finagle this a little bit. Every now and again you see, there we go. Look, guys, see that?
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
I'm not hearing anybody say anything.
Yeah, no.
No, I can see it.
I'm going
to see it.
We're just looking.
Sorry it's so shaky. I'm holding it by hand. I was set up the tripod, but we've just had so much stuff going on. That's right now as big as I can make it. If I might be able to change cameras, but I'm afraid to. I might lose it.
Looks like a bite out of the west limb.
Beautiful.
Let me see if I can change cameras real fast. Let's see. Hold on. I got to get it over the right lens now. This is a Samsung. Whoops, hello. I changed it to me. That's why it's not looking right. And
okay, that was awesome.
There we go. There we go.
We got so much cloud cover here, we're not going to be able to see anything here, but this is awesome.
I'm still not able to make it bigger. That's as big as I can make it, it seems. But there we go, guys. That's about what we've got. It's a little bit... See, I'm still trying to make it focus better. Come on, focus better.
The other camera had it better.
So what I'm doing is I'm playing with the lens on the camera to try to get it to. Whoop,
Yeah.
hang on.
You have your ISO turned all the way down?
No, I'm not looking at it. The nice thing is that and I'm just taking a guess of what you guys are saying. Whoops.
Yeah.
As I flip the camera over again. Sorry. Hello. Let's see. I want the back camera.
Yes.
And let me just double check. Let me see if I do this. So you're looking at my thing. If I do 2, back is further away? Yeah, further away.
Yeah.
So I do want this back camera. That's the best one I can do because it gets it the closest.
Okay.
I'll try it one more time. So I'm using one lens of this Eclipse glasses for the camera and the other lens for me to look through. Isn't that funny?
Brilliant.
I'm cheating.
Science.
There we go. There you go. That's as good as I can get it, guys. And that is, see, that's pretty true to form. It looks a little bit better with my eyes than it does with the here, because it's a little bit sharper, and the Eclipse is a little bit more, and I'm still trying to wiggle it a little bit to try to make it look better. But the moon looks like it's covered the sun a little bit better than you see in my camera, but hopefully you can see it a bit. And that's about it. We are basically just coming past totality now, or not totality, but you know what I mean. The maximum partial that we're going to get here. So I am so envious because you don't really notice much of a difference when it comes to light. So if I kind of show you, let me zoom out. Here's my ratty front yard. You can see the trees and the foliage, right? You don't really notice much. And if I flip to, let's see, front camera. There we go. So this is what it looks like outside right now. I know I probably look kind of strange. This is what it looks like outside. As you can see, I don't really look all that much more dim. I can feel that the sun isn't as strong as it normally is, but it's pretty much, if I hadn't been paying attention, if I just walked outside on a regular day and just didn't realize what was going on, I might not have even noticed. I would just say, ooh, it feels a little chilly today. But yeah, so it's not, that's all we get here, sadly. So I'm gonna come back inside and put my ears back in so I can hear you guys better. But that was it. Hopefully that was cute. Hopefully that wasn't wasn't too crazy for me to share that with you. And now you see 2 of me. Hello. Let me stop this. Let's see. Oh, let me do it this way. Hold on. Get to walk around and see my studio a little bit.
I don't see you at all.
You don't? Well, I just got out of the room now. But
I'm seeing the sun. Let me minimize.
So now you guys, we're back to the main camera.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But yeah, didn't you saw the sun when I was showing the, whoops, let me put my ears back into. Weren't you seeing the sun and myself outside? That was showing, right? Did everybody see the sun
Yes,
from
it
my
was.
perspective?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, some nice, good, solid definition to it on some of it.
Really? Did it come up okay?
Yes.
I thought it looked terrible. So I'm glad it came up okay. That's excellent. Yeah, and I see we have, who is sharing, someone is sharing a live eclipse view right now. Where is this from? On
Chuck
whereby?
and Amanda.
This is where?
Chuck and Amanda.
Chuck and Amanda. Is this a place I can get to on YouTube? Or, I mean, on my computer?
Yeah, it kind of looks like it. It's hard to see.
What is the link to it? Because we can. NASA just keeps playing all this. I don't know. Is anybody really into the NASA feed?
This looks like somebody's telescope tracker.
That's what I thought. I thought this was a telescope track.
Yeah, I think it is.
So we are watching. Actually, I can. For those on YouTube, if no one minds, I'll put this back on. Let me flip the camera over.
Hey, Dr. Scove, I'm going to
Yes.
share a link with you in the Whereby chat.
Yeah.
It's a really amazing tool. My wife just shared to me, and
Okay.
it's something you got to see. It basically will show you the times and everything based on your zip code.
Oh yeah, I've heard of this before. So is someone trying to talk to us right now, because I'm not hearing it very well?
Chuck and Amanda said, this is on my back porch in Summit County, Colorado, live.
That's it. You guys are where?
Yeah. So this is, well, who is sharing the scope controls? Yeah. This is.
Gordon, you're looking that way. You still need.
It is a desktop viewer from somebody. Who is this?
Chuck and Amanda was the one that you have on screen right now is from Chuck and Amanda, and they said it's from their back porch in Summit County, Colorado. And it's
Got
live.
it. Okay, so that is what I'm looking at.
Yes.
So on their back porch in Summit, Colorado.
Yes, Summit County, Colorado. Yes.
That is beautiful, and they've got obviously the image they've got here is probably what a hydrogen. I mean a H alpha filter. Because this is not white light. I'd be surprised if this is white light. Because those filaments are extremely well defined. For those of you on YouTube who can see me pointing, the filaments are extremely well defined. And I don't think we saw that in the white light. In the white light we saw this filament. We also, whoops, they just took it off. Oh, I wish they didn't take it off. That was nice. But yeah, now it's gone. But the hang on a sec, let me turn this off. There it is. It's back on. Okay. So thank you, Chuck and Amanda. We appreciate you sharing the screen. And so yeah, this filament was one that we could see in H alpha, and I mean in white light. I saw that one earlier today, and then we saw this one as well. But a lot of these others, that's what makes me think that this is probably an H alpha and not a white light image, but I could be wrong. Please feel free to correct me for those who might know. And let me move down the chat a little bit to see. Yes, thank you, Chuck and Amanda. This is on your back porch in Summit, Colorado, or Summit County, Colorado, live. Please tell us what imager you're using.
Okay. This is the first time they did an Eclipse.
Okay. So as you can see, yes, guys, this is a live, a fun. Yeah. We're doing a very kind of casual, casual show here. I am going to go back to a multi-frame here, and I'm going to actually. I probably could keep I'll keep the chat going for a second and take a look at what's going on. What was there another link you guys wanted me to go to? Univision? Let me do that. Because NASA's, I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, that was me, Dr. T, Nick.
Okay, and we've got an open mic. Who's got the open mic that we need to quiet down? If anyone can ID who that is, we will mute them. Let me know who it is, guys, and I will mute them. Univision. I have to type this by. Oh wait, that's probably not going to get it. I got to go actually.
I think it might be John Hubbard.
Hold on, and for those of you in the YouTube chat, I will get to your questions here in a sec. I just need to minimize this a little bit so I can actually get to a real bar. Let's open a new page.
They have a before that they use the
Univision.
Chuck and Amanda did say it's an H alpha filter.
It is H alpha? Thank you, Mark. That's what we thought, or that's what it really looked like. I was hoping I wasn't completely daft. ES Especial, ESP, ECIALES /notes.
And then did you guys do the one in 17?
Well, we did it, yes. We did
IAS.
We were going down
2024. Have we figured out who is the live mic?
Motorhome. Blue and Engine.
Oh my goodness.
Bob, we've been to a rest stop and Bob forgot to turn the
Dash solar.
air on the engine.
Dash 2024.
And we were stuck on the side of the road.
That will get us there.
So
no.
We came back the next day. It wasn't that day. We were headed down.
Oh, this is so hard.
Next day, we were near New Albany, and we pulled in between two rest stops. We had rented a car.
For anyone who's wondering, I'm typing in a very long.
And we were between two restaurants, and we stopped, and we got a crowd. We got it out.
Who is this that's making so much noise?
We got it out of the car. It was, yeah. And we didn't get to.
Does anybody know who's making that much noise?
Is it John Hubbard?
Is it who?
John Hubbard?
Maybe, let's find out. Yep. Perfect. Thanks, Phil.
Not a problem.
Oh, I love it. I definitely appreciate the help.
Ooh, peace and quiet for a second.
Yay!
And I'm gonna take the spotlight off of Aunt Amanda's share, so that everybody can have their cameras up and we can still see each other. All right. But if you want to make the H-alpha image, you know, the what Amanda's sharing for us, if you want to make it large, just click on that, double click on that, and maximize, and feel free. But I am going to continue trying to make this thing work here. ZX2C7. ZX2C. Now, I think it might be a Z. Now, if this doesn't go, I'm probably going to search it a different way. All right, how did you find that? Let's do Universe. I guess I can do Univision.com and then look for.
Yeah, so the link was shared by me, Dr. T.
Yeah.
I just copied and pasted it into the chat. You can.
Yeah, and sadly, I can't. If I want to pull it up on my camera, I have to do it on a different computer. So I'm having to type it in. Okay. So I'm thinking, if I do Univision and Eclipse, and do a Google search, it might pull it up.
You may have to. It's normally a Spanish language channel, but
sure.
You can translate it over to English easily.
I don't want to do that, but I want to see if I can find it live.
Tamitha, I went outside. I would say I got 40% occluded.
That was it right there. There's a link just above that, I think.
In Albuquerque. It's cloudy, but you could, if you.
Yeah, there's Univision right there, and I'm trying to get it on my screen, so we can share it that way, but I also... Is this the one? Nope. Maybe it is. Something skips here. I'm seeing nothing.
Can I message it to you on Patreon?
It's still hard to... Yeah, you probably can. I'm going to be careful here. So I'm on one that's a Univision one right now, but it's not, it's black. So it's not the right one.
¿Eh? No, aquí no es total. Total va a ser en Texas.
Okay. What is the name if it's not Univision? What is the well, see, this one doesn't say until, it's not going until 1 o'clock Eastern. So is that really what we want to see? Because let me go back to time and date for a moment. Where's time and date? That's NASA. Time and date. Let's do time and date. I'll refresh this.
Okay,
I Patreon.
You did? Okay, we'll get to that one in a second. Right now, I'm
I
going to go to
can't
time
hear
and
her.
date.
Can you?
So I'm back on the time and date one. This is San Diego, California. So here's a really good version of...
If someone starts the YouTube on the chat, that means Tamitha. So you need to stop it.
Don't know who is talking now. And I'm going to turn this off for a sec.
Hold on, let me text her.
Okay, I killed that one. And let me...
Oh, there she is.
but you have to look at the dominoes. Okay. If the dominoes has.
And I've got who else is
One
talking?
have on it.
All right. Okay, there we go. So now it's a little bit quieter now. So what I'm going to do is I'll go and take a look at the time and date one. I mean what was I going to say? I'll go and look on the one on Patreon in just a moment. Right now, I'll hang out with time and date for just a sec while we kind of take a nice look at what's going on in San Diego, California. This is what they've got. This is pretty much what I saw where I am here in northern, in Los Angeles, essentially Los Angeles. This is about what it looked like. So it's nice that totality is still remaining, or not totality, but the partial eclipse is still looking as much, about as good as it did just a few minutes ago when I showed it to you with my cell phone camera. And now I wanted to get back to some people in the chat, in the YouTube chat, because it's going crazy. Hi, guys. There's a YouTube channel called Univision. Thank you, Exploring Canada. I will see if I thought I found it. Univision Noticias, right? Noticias.
Yeah,
but the problem is, it was completely black. There was nothing.
Oh.
It wasn't showing anything. So that's why I didn't stay there. I left and went back to time and date for right now. I like time and date, and typically I like NASA. Time and date has oftentimes been much better because they will. They have, not only do they, well, right now it's covered by the chat, but not only do they have extra people talking, but they always have a very large version of the eclipse up. Whereas NASA has a tendency to kind of go off topic and then do pre-roll with stuff that was not live, and it gets to be kind of frustrating. So here's in this case here, they're talking about Toridan. I'm sure I'm butchering this name. Torion? Except I have to roll my R, right? Because it's two R's here. And they have, I don't know if they're in the path of totality, but they're pretty close. So that's pretty amazing right now. I'm very envious. And let's see, who are people on YouTube who has a really good live stream that we can't beat with either time and date. Look at that, because they've got to zoom in. Isn't that pretty? Time and date's got a good one. And then of course I can jump back to Ann, Chuck and Amanda, their eclipse. They've got their solar telescope right now in Colorado, and it's looking beautiful with the H-alpha filter. I showed you that, or the H-alpha, image, because you can see all the filaments and stuff like that. So I can go back to that one too, which we've got on our Whereby site right now. And that's beautiful, but I don't, I'd have to get up with my little cell phone and go up to my screen to show you that. Hang on, I'm going to turn off Glenn, because I've got, Glenn, your camera is black, so I'm going to turn your camera off for now, and that may allow someone else to jump in as a camera, because I want to give other people chances to actually join us as well. Chuck's Astro, Secret Owl is saying Chuck's Astro is great. Okay, we'll take a look at Chuck's Astro. I believe I was on that. The funny thing is that I was on Chuck's Astro about 2 or 3 days ago when I was beginning to set up my whole rig so that I could kind of make sure I could get audio, because I can turn on the audio for time and date with these guys talking if we want to. We can hear it in the background. And I wanted to make sure that worked both for Whereby and for YouTube. So Chuck's Astro was also doing setup at the same time. So it was very funny, because I almost felt like we were on the same team, because he's setting up stuff and he'd say, "Can you hear this? Is that working? Is this working live?" And and I'm going, nope, and mine not working either. And half the time when he was having trouble with audio or video, I thought it was my fault. It was just like, oh no. So it was a comedy of errors just a few days ago when we were setting all this stuff up. So I will check. Chuck's Astro is a good place to go next. We'll take a look at there. And Secret Rose, you're saying Univision is amazing right now? Okay, I'll go take a look. Look now, okay. Right in the middle of, I will do, Scarlet Rose is saying right now Univision is wonderful. So let me go to Univision on YouTube. Univision, am I spelling that right? Noticias. Okay, give us your channel. So the official, see, here's the thing. They've got in vivo right here, This is the one I looked at from them, and it was kind of lame. And so should I go to this one or this one?
It also looks like it's upside down. The image that you're showing there.
Yeah, this, I know it does, doesn't it? So let's see. I mean, you'd think that that would be in the southern hemisphere. I'm going to go to this one because it says live. So I'll go, which is where I was at, and it was completely pitch black. I wonder if that was because it was totality. Let's give it a chance to skip the ad. And there we go. So they're either right at totality or almost in totality. I can turn on their audio and see if we can hear them. If they're, does anyone know, are they projecting audio?
I don't. I didn't hear it before.
You don't, I turned on their audio right now, and I don't know if they're, I mean, I don't hear it.
Yeah.
Anyone else on YouTube or on Patreon know if they've got audio with this channel?
I'm not hearing any audio.
Yeah, I'm not either. Exploring Canada is saying the reason why it was black was because they were in totality. I'm like, it's just a black screen. Who cares? So we were in totality. Did they show, was the camera good enough to show the corona? Because, I mean, if it just shows a black screen, you know, it's not nearly as interesting. Here, I'll make this big.
Yeah, Tamitha, interestingly, the FT8 band, 10 meter and 12 meter have dropped out for me here in Portland, Oregon.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
In Portland, Oregon. Really?
Yeah. They were busy, and now they've dropped out. I mean, it could just be natural propagation, but it's just interesting that it coincides.
How interesting.
Yeah.
I would not. I mean, I do know from Hamside doing a lot of their work from the 2017 eclipse, especially in the United States, that there were wide-ranging effects from all over the place. So people who were way out of the path of totality ended up seeing. Whoops. Is that this?
I would.
Yeah.
Spanish. I would assume it's that. Yes.
Yeah. So that was up, but it was all in Spanish. So, but yeah, at least we do get audio. But the interesting thing is from the 2017 eclipse, there was definitely propagation issues all the way that rippled all the way across, and the reason why that at least some of the analysis showed that what happens is that when you get, and I should probably, I can't because I have to use that. Actually, I bet I don't. Hang on a sec. I will do something cool. Watch this. I'll see if I can make this work. This is what's so fun about this casual kind of environment that we have. Let's see if I can make this work. What I want to show you, and no, come on, give me the Wi-Fi I want. I've got 3 different Wi-Fis. Come on, show me the other Wi-Fi. There we go. I have to connect to the right Wi-Fi in order to be able to turn my iPad into a drawing board. Oh, look at that. So pretty. Mm-hmm. Okay. So they're coming out. So now at least they have with near totality, this is what they should have had before, where we could have seen more of the corona. But notice, well, I don't know. I don't know if they've got it lined up so that it's east-west, right? If this is the east limb of the sun and that's north, I don't know really what their alignment is, but I would suspect that this is east and south because similar to our, well, I'll show it in a minute, similar to our eclipse predictions, right? It was kind of east and south where you saw a lot of this. As a matter of fact, I will shift it right at the moment. So the chat's going away for a second so you guys can see this, and I will move my thing and sit here kind of in the middle. So you can see as soon as this live eclipse party thing goes off, you can see in our prediction, in the predictive science prediction, there's a large part of the east limb of the sun that has a lot of I'm sorry, I'm so retarded here. A lot of the east limb here is very, very, the corona is actually quite extensive. You also see a bit of it here, so I'm not exactly sure if, if we're seeing some of this here. Not really sure how it's aligned, because I don't know how they have aligned it in the camera, but if they've aligned it that way, then the prediction isn't too far off. It's a little off if this is kind of, showing some strength in the corona on a side that they weren't expecting. You're expecting to have more of it on the east and south limb, and a little bit in the north. But again, this alignment may not be straight north-south. So in other words, the north pole of the sun may not be here. I just don't know how they've aligned their cameras. Depending upon what latitude you're at, that dictates how much of the sun is tilted, which way it's tilted. So it's kind of hard to tell, but that's pretty beautiful right there. Okay, so let me.
I was able to see about 40% in Albuquerque. It's cloudy, but you
could you see through it
when you. Yes, I saw it very clearly.
Nice.
So it wasn't totality at all, but you could tell there was something different.
That's wonderful, and I'm not sure in New Mexico. I'm not sure that you've reached the peak yet for you. I know in the West Coast you have, but I'm not sure you have there.
Well, so you said in Google now, but I went outside. I'll go outside again and see what happens.
Yeah, definitely go outside again and see what happens. All right, let's see if I can. Now, I need to probably turn this on. Let's see. Oh, good, it's on. Look at there. Okay, so here's the fun bit. Hold on one sec. Okay. I'm just clicking away here. I don't need to. Okay. So yes, you're seeing a really terrible screen, but that will go away in just a moment. Because what I'm going to do is pull up my, if I can find it. Where's my notes? Where did you go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Turn sideways and pull this off. And now I just have to figure out where I am. Okay, so, oh, look at that. There's the diamond ring, guys. It's coming back. Boy, they had a long totality, didn't they? Look how beautiful that is. And it's amazing how quickly, when it comes back, how quickly the light brightens. And all of the crickets and all of the chirping and all of the night, the kind of almost ethereal kind of dreamlike experience that you have when you're in totality, how rapidly that goes away. It's so eerie. It's absolutely like being in a dream. Yeah. So here's the funny thing is and I'll see if I can draw this. I'm going to start with let's see, a red path. Let's see if I can make this work. Okay, can you see it? Oh, good. Oh, lovely. Right in the middle of an ad. Silly thing. Okay. Yeah, I know. So if you have the path of totality, okay, and hopefully you can see me drawing good. And it's perfect because it's black. Thank you, sun, for being dark in Mexico right now so I can do this. So as you have the moon, let's say I'm going to put the moon in yellow, or the moon shadow, I guess, well, no, I won't. I'll put it in blue. As you have the moon shadow moving this way, okay, and I'll say the moon shadow here in blue, right? And so that's totality, right? And then anything past it, I can do, let's say, just, dash lines, right? So you have totality only in that red path. Okay, hopefully you guys can still see this over. So so totality is moving up in this direction. You put my other thing on so I can see. So I can see no matter what direction I sit, I can see if I'm pointing in the right way. Okay, so if you have totality going up like this, okay, and the moon is plowing through, what ends up happening is that you get, obviously you're going to get the ionosphere during this period. This is going to be like a thin strip of night, right, that's traveling through. Going to get much colder, right, and you're going to get a lot less what we call photoionization of the ionosphere in the sky above this strip. Okay, so what happens is that when you have less photoionization, you have something called less, you basically are generating less photons, less electrons, because photoionizing means that you're taking the neutral atmosphere and you're literally stripping electrons off of them. Because when the photons of light hit molecules and atoms in the air, okay, what happens is that these neutral molecules end up losing electrons. The electrons get broken off, so to speak, and so you separate the what was once a neutral molecule or a neutral element or gas or whatever it is, if it's nitrogen or oxygen or whatever the constituents are at the level that you're at. You're separating the electrons off, so now they're free floating, and you have positive ions as well. So you've electrified the air. You've created a plasma. Okay, that's really what the ionosphere is. It's just a neutral, our typical atmosphere that's been ionized by the sun's light, UV light and extreme ultraviolet, X-rays, gamma rays, all of that stuff. That actually interacts with our upper atmosphere and strips off electrons. It's also how, hopefully you guys still see this. Excuse me. It's also how when people talk about how they can't see EUV and all the cool stuff that we can see with space telescopes, right? You can see all the big corona and the chromosphere and all these really cool things, solar storms leaping off of the sun and all that. You can't see that stuff down on the ground. So people say, oh, it's CGI, and it's not CGI. It's just that our upper atmosphere absorbs all of that light, so it doesn't make it to the ground. Well, this is how it absorbs it. It absorbs it by having the photons impinging upon the molecules in the air, okay, in our upper atmosphere, and absorbing that energy, kicking out electrons, and then re-emitting either light through air glow at a lower energy, okay, or scattering the light. So that's how it's absorbed. It's part also the reason why the sky is blue. You're scattering light as well as absorbing it and as well as emitting air glow. That's how that energy gets absorbed and then re-emitted. So we're not able to see directly the sun's light down here on the ground in X-rays and EUV, okay? But how that also affects the ionosphere is now you've created an electrified, more higher density of electrons in this path, or outside of this path, in the normal sky. Now, when the shadow of the moon goes by, you're blocking the sunlight. So you're stopping that photoionization. So in this thin strip, what's happening is that you're having a lower amount of free electrons, which we call total electron content. You lower the total electron content, which some of you may see at, let's say, the Space Weather Prediction Center or some of these other data products. You see it as TEC. Okay, that's what we call it, TEC. And we actually measure this stuff, not just the total electron content. We also measure the change in total electron content, something we call rate of total electron content. Some of you might have seen this as a data product called ROTI, ROTI, which is rate of total electron content index, ROTI. So why we measure this stuff is because in radio signal world, what that means is you'll get scintillation. You get effects like twinkle, twinkle, little star, the beautiful effect that you see with your eyes when you're looking at the city lights and they twinkle, twinkle. That's called scintillation, which is beautiful when you see it from the night sky with the stars above, or you see the city lights through the atmosphere. That scintillation is gorgeous, but it's horrible when it comes to radio communication or GPS navigation or any of the things that you want to do where you don't want your signal to fade or drop out or comb filter or do all these other things that can cause really major problems for connectivity and communication. So as we follow this path of totality and we see that shadow affecting the ionosphere and lowering that total electron content, you're creating gradients. So that means you got stronger electron content on either side of the path of totality and weaker electron content here, lower electron content here. Plus, these gradients, think of a boat, almost like a boat, like the moon shadow is a boat going through a lake, plowing through the lake. Literally, the ionosphere is a fluid, and as you get this cold temperature part, right, because your temperature is going to drop, electron total content is going to drop, right? Lots of changes are going to be happening. That's changing density. It's causing wind and waves because now you've got a fast-moving cold front, right? You can think of even with weather. It's going to cause a fast-moving cold front, very thin, but fast-moving cold front to move on through. So you're going to get things like ripples and waves that are going to propagate out. Okay? So that's what I'm drawing here. Now you've got these wave fronts. And as this thing moves through, these wave fronts are going to spread, right? So over time, you can imagine these wave fronts spreading out. Okay? Now granted, by the time you see these wave fronts clear out here, right, the moon shadow will be way out here, right? Because this thing will have propagated all the way through. So if I do this kind of dashed thing, and I'll do it like a dashed, if I can make kind of a dotted kind of thing here. That's pretty terrible, but, you know, bear with me, right? So I'll make this one totally solid. This one is kind of hashed because it's got this dashed line as it continues to move forward, and so I'm going to make dashed ripples because it's not there yet. Mm-hmm. Right? Does that make sense? I should probably erase. Whoops. Let me erase this one.
Tamitha, could I ask a question?
Yeah, please. That's why we're doing this.
Houston and Topeka, Kansas. If we were looking at the ionosphere horizontally, like directly at it, and as that, and as the umbra, we can see the track of the umbra. Would there actually be like a trough, like where we have the F1 and the F2 and the D and the E layers on the right and the left? But because of that gray line effect talked about earlier, we'd actually see where those layers combine for shortly, or they start to become affected by that. And as a consequence of that, those lines that you're just describing are the ripples in the pond, so to speak, from that effect.
I would think, if I look in this, like taking this same diagram here, ignoring, of course, the totality, I mean the crescent sun here, I would think that if we look at it from this perspective, anywhere in this region, as I'll make a hash on either side, you're going to see gray line effects. Is that coming close to answering your question?
Some here.
Yeah, no, that's coming through good. What I'm saying is
and
if
so
we were looking at it,
and
looking up at it, but looking at it horizontally, we'd see the DE, F1 and F2, and then we'd see it come down, and then it peak back up on the other sides.
Well, here's the, because now you're getting into the umbra and the penumbra effects, and I got to pull up a picture and to think about it, because really what you're talking about is a function of altitude, right? So now as a function of altitude, because the F layer is higher than the E, the F2 is higher than the F1, which is higher than the E. Typically with a sun, during a sunset, right, you're going to, during a sunset, what is happening is that it's the actual limb of the Earth that is creating that altitude change. Here it's not going to be the limb of the Earth because the sun is directly, zenith, essentially. And so what you're really talking about is the limb of the moon. And considering it's so much further away and so much smaller relatively, I don't think that the F2 to the F1 to the E, you might see a small change if you're right next to the path of totality based on altitude. But I don't think you're going to see, I think that the bigger effect is going to be seeing the gray line spread out in terms of the totality that, a particular region can see. That's going to be a much larger effect. So looking down, because of how the rays of the sun are hitting Earth and going around the moon to create the shadow, you're looking at the limb of the moon this way. So it's not, I don't think it's going to be nearly as big of an effect as it would be having the sun low on the horizon and the actual horizon of the Earth, right, where you're not, where at high altitudes you're able to see the sun much longer because the Earth's surface isn't blocking it, right? Whereas if you're standing on the surface, you know, the sun is already set for you. Whereas up in a plane, you can still see the sun because the Earth's limb is so much, the curvature is so much more obvious. Here, not so much, because the moon is, you know, I think it's going to be more of an issue where the effect of the gray line is going to be less, it's going to be less dramatic vertically, you know, in the Z direction. It's going to be more dramatic in the X and Y direction. See what I'm saying? Parallel to the horizontal, you know, parallel to the Earth's surface as opposed to perpendicular. Whereas with the typical gray line, it's far more of a perpendicular. I mean, it's a horizontal thing too, but the perpendicular, you know, the north-south or the zenith nadir direction has a scale size that is very much on the same scale as the XY or the horizontal direction, the parallel direction to the Earth's surface. Here, I don't think you're going to see that. Does that make sense?
Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay. Terrible job of explaining something that's probably quite simple. But that's the best I can do. Anyway, getting back to the horizontal, speaking of the horizontal stuff, why I brought up these ripples as the moon continues to traverse across. Why I'm bringing up these ripples is that these ripples, just like if you're looking at a motorboat from a aerial view, right? So now imagine yourself in a lake. And so this is a moon going on this is just a boat ripping through the water, right? And you're looking down at it from a helicopter or something. You can watch the wake of that boat spread out, and you can even watch the waves ripple out. That's exactly what's happening in the ionosphere right now. So when we talk about 15 meters or 10 meters or 20 meters being affected in Oregon, even though Oregon isn't anywhere in the path of totality, that is completely feasible and understandable. To me, it seems like it might be a little early for that, but you know, these things move basically at the speed of gravity waves. Right. Because gravity waves are working on density. Remember I said density? Because when you have this path here, you're making a colder, right, in neutral atmosphere, possibly denser atmosphere compared to the hotter, right, and at least in the ionosphere, there's more electron content, but hotter atmosphere in the areas where the sun is still shining, and so that's going to create waves, and these waves are gravity waves, and they're going to ripple out, and they move. I don't think they're quite at the speed of sound, but it's pretty close to the speed of sound in air at that particular altitude. So hours. Think time scales of hours from, well, no, I got to be careful because that's vertical. I don't know what the time scale would be. I would think it would be within maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
So because we got going up, I'm thinking the ionosphere, it's a lot less vacuous. I mean, a lot more vacuous, and so speed of sound drops. The more dense a fluid is, the faster the speed of sound.
Right.
So I'm thinking in the lower atmosphere, in the neutral atmosphere, which is much more dense, yeah, we're talking time scale of minutes, tens of minutes, I would say, tens to less than an hour. I can put it that way. But this is all qualitative, right? I'm just trying to do this on the back of my hand, and I'm definitely not going to pull out any calculations because I don't know the densities of the terrestrial atmosphere off the top of my head. Sadly, that's not my forte. I'm not even an ionospheric physicist, right? I know enough to be dangerous, but not always enough to be right. So I better back off with just the knowledge that I have. Anyway, any questions on this, either on Whereby or on YouTube? So does gravity work with blondes? Thanks, Flash. That's great. And you say you're in Oregon. Very cool. Yeah, anybody else noticing certain radio bands dropping off in Oregon or in other locations?
12 meters is just starting to come back. I mean, it could have been just natural propagation.
Don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know, but
yeah, you don't. Exactly right.
And the fun thing is that you may notice that the propagation goes away and then comes back, and then goes away and then comes back in a semi-periodic fashion, because you're hitting these multiple ripples.
Yep.
Because I've seen it with some of the movies, and I wish I had thought of grabbing some of the movies from some of the papers I've seen, not just HamSci and the author, some of the scientists, the ionospheric physicists who belong to HamSci, who published in some of these peer-reviewed journals about the 2017 eclipse. But there are movies that you can find that that are showing not just amateur radio operator, signals, but GPS scintillation as well, and signals where they're showing these what we call traveling ionospheric disturbances, what we call TIDs. And so they show these things propagating, and they literally do look exactly like what you would expect waves in a pond to look like if you had a boat traveling through. It's uncanny how the physics just is so intuitive and knowable, because fluids are fluids, and it doesn't matter if you're looking at water. I mean, it does matter to some degree, because charged fluids also have to obey electric and magnetic fields, whereas neutral fluids don't, right? They don't pay attention, they don't care about electric and magnetic fields. But when you have the bully in the room, so to speak, being overwhelmingly the forces of the lower atmosphere, the neutral atmosphere, when you have that being the dominant force or set of forces, then the fluid will very much behave exactly like you would expect for something like water, right, or air. So.
Tamitha?
Yeah. Who's? Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of this here. Oop, that's not what I meant. How do I do this again? Oh, I think this way. There we go. Okay. So I'm getting a little bit of feedback here. Hold on. Who's feeding back? All right, let me put this back up here for the moment. Give me just a moment while I set this back up. Hopefully that made sense, guys. You can say in the chat or let me know if it didn't make sense.
Tamitha?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Bart. I got a question for you.
Sure.
I'm sort of confused by something. You said these were gravity waves that were moving outward. If I were to put, let's say, a kilogram weight on a super sensitive scale on the Earth, okay, let's say it goes many, many times beyond the decimal point in terms of how sensitive the scale is, would I actually see a change in
Were you on some webinar or something?
gravitational pull on that weight?
Hold on one sec. Let me, because your audio is a little bit low, and I know you just said you were talking about a weight, but I only heard about 3/4 of it. So let me put my ears in and turn my speakers. I had my external speakers on because I wanted to step outside with the whole Eclipse thing, but I want to be able to put my headbuds back in so that I can hear you better, and turn off my main speakers so that I don't feedback too much. Okay, give me a sec. And yes, whoever was asking, are we in a video conference? That's exactly what we're in. It's a big Patreon party as you can see, Solar Eclipse Party on Patreon. Okay, so Bart, tell me again.
Okay, so what I'm saying is those gravitational waves, I'm sort of confused about them a little bit. Is that to say that if I took a kilogram weight, let's say, and put it on a super sensitive scale that could measure down to the micromilli Wheatie flake of a gram, would I actually see a difference on the scale of the weight as those waves go by?
Right. I know it's not gravitational waves. So this is the astrophysical, yeah, this is the sad thing we have when it comes to all these different types of disciplines we have in physics. Gravity
Tamitha,
waves.
you've got a bad echo, just so you know. We're hearing it kind of twice.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but I just thought I'd let you know. Try it now.
Thank you. I think someone
Yeah.
had their, we had an open mic. So,
Okay.
So the issue is with gravitational waves, right, which is the astrophysical version. And I'm sitting on the wrong side here. I'm blocking the live Eclipse view. I apologize. So they're having, by the way, looks like totality in Dallas, Texas. Wow, which we're missing. I need to reset my clock here, by the way. Oh yeah, look. Hey, I'll answer that question in a minute, but look. So this is Mike Richardson right now, going through totality. Wow. So you guys look for just a second. I will not forget the question. I promise. I promise I will get the question. I just want to reset something. Look at that. So are they coming out of totality or are they going in? I think they're coming out of totality now. Yeah, that's the funny thing is when we continue discussing all of the stuff that we're doing, we end up missing some places that are in totality. But this is fun. Okay, so let me move this back because I was never able to reset this. So we should be 45 minutes. Gosh, is it already back? Look at that. Is it already that bright? See how fast it comes back? It's amazing how quickly it comes back. So there we go. Okay, so hopefully my clock now looks a little bit more this here looks a little bit more like what people are seeing. So Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas, they are seeing totality. So Mike Richardson should be going through totality here very, very soon. So, because he said he was in Arkansas. So hopefully he'll come back to us pretty soon and let us know. That would be really awesome. And I can go back to time and date, guys, or I can stay here at Univision for the moment. We'll go to Chuck's astrophotography in a little bit. But okay, so back to your question regarding gravity waves and gravitational waves. These videos or these ads just are ridiculous. So gravitational waves, right, which is the astrophysical phenomena where you're actually noticing distortions in the gravity field, right, in the space-time continuum, in a sense, right? These are the basically general relativity. Those are completely different than the gravity waves that we have in atmospheric physics. Okay, gravity waves in atmospheric physics are just simply density changes. And so when they're talking about gravity, they're actually talking, and I don't even know the origin, because again, I'm not a neutral atmosphere physicist. So I haven't read up on all the history of how gravity waves were discovered and all of that. But these waves are basically just density waves in the upper atmosphere. So they're not really mucking about with real gravity like we have with gravitational waves, okay, which like the LISA experiment has successfully measured using lasers, which was a really neat way of seeing how gravitational, how you can actually change the force of gravity using time of flight with lasers and seeing the difference as they go through these different paths, having a return, out and return, and how long it takes for the speed of light to get back to, go a particular distance. And having that in perpendicular, lined up in a perpendicular fashion, they were able to tell where the gravity wave front was coming from. So in other words, kind of like not triangulation, but they were able to uniquely determine at least the wave front. And they did that because they noticed the change in the speed of light. And that can only happen if you're changing gravity. So that type of thing is very, very different than the gravity waves that we see up in the upper atmosphere, which literally just fluctuations in density that then ripple out. But they communicate in very similar way as sound waves do. They communicate information in the upper atmosphere quite readily, quite quickly. And they're ubiquitous. I mean, you see them everywhere. In fact, we've even recently, because of gravity, we think gravity waves are, I'll give you just several examples actually. Gravity waves are the reason why we see dunes in aurora. So if you're ever familiar in space weather, people have talked about the Steve phenomenon. People have talked about now they've talked about more recently, these dunes, which are like these horizontal fingers that come out from just south of the auroral oval. So you see these streamers and you see lots of beautiful auroral ribbons and stuff like that. But then you see this horizontal kind of ripple effect that doesn't look like a picket fence, because picket fences are vertical, but these are horizontal and they're in the E layer. And it's like the E layer is channeling gravity waves of about 45 kilometers in wave height. And they're keeping it in a very thin horizontal column. I shouldn't call it a column, should I? A horizontal, region out at the E layer altitude. And it's causing it has something to do, and I can't remember exactly. They're still trying to figure out the mechanism, but it has something to do with the density of that region, and that facilitates auroral brightenings in that region that you wouldn't otherwise have. I don't know if it has to do with the fact that there's more, there's a denser atmosphere there to be able to light up. I don't think we understand the mechanism of it yet, but it's because dunes have only been discovered within the last couple years. But that's what the mechanism they believe it's causing it is gravity waves. And then another mechanism that's being chased down when it comes to gravity waves are also how in hurricanes and big thunderclouds, thunderheads, there is a propensity for the E layer to dump its charge into these big hurricanes and these big vortices due to some of the discharges that these hurricanes have. They discharge upward, like with sprites and jets. They discharge upwards, and as they do that they are facilitating an electric field that they set up, and it propagates some of that information is propagating upwards to the E layer through gravity waves. And when it sets up just right, the E layer then has a potential that is able to drop all of its charge into that thunderhead or whatever it is, and it seems to intensify winds and intensify lightning that's already happening, not making it more frequent, just intensifying the lightning that's already there. So these are examples of how gravity waves, how typically an atmospheric phenomena is coupling into the ionosphere and therefore coupling into space weather and in some cases, creating space weather phenomena that wouldn't have otherwise occurred. Pretty cool. But it's totally different than the, look, Bailey's beads, guys. These are lights from the crevices on the moon, the canyons in the moon, creating, unless this is something wrong with their camera, these might be Bailey beads. So, yeah, pretty cool. What's cool about that is that these these gravity waves are also very, very common in the upper atmosphere when when the moon is going by. Right, and that's what's causing part of these traveling ionospheric disturbances. Excuse me, as I have to shut my door again. These traveling ionospheric disturbances in the ionosphere that are affecting radio propagation. So, did that help?
Yes, it definitely helped. I thought we were talking about one and the same thing when we were talking about two different things entirely.
Oh, got it. Yeah. Yeah. So Chuck and Amanda, I'm going to take the spotlight off. If you guys want to still look at that screen share and make it big, feel free. You can maximize it so you can see it. If I spotlight it, though, it's going to, well, actually, you know what? I'll spotlight it for the moment because everybody has their mute on. So you guys are being very kind. Whoop, not that. Let me spotlight this one. so we can all see. That is a beautiful view. Now, are we at the maximum for Chuck and Amanda right now? Are you guys at the maximum for totality for your location? Not totality. I keep saying totality. I don't mean that. But I mean the maximum for your partial eclipse at your location? I don't know if Chuck and Amanda can actually have their mic on, or if you guys have to talk to us via chat. And I see the whereby chat is not moving forward here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh yeah, sorry, you were typing that message with the cam active. So you're seeing, so this is, oh, Andy, okay, good. Hi, Andy. I'm seeing evidence of lower frequency bands being used in the eclipse zone on my propagation maps. Cool. I will take a look at your maps here soon. I might even pull it up on my cam feed here shortly. We've got some really beautiful near totality images going on right now from Arkansas, so it'd be nice to take a look at that one when things die down just a little bit. Let's see, how are people in, I'm looking at the YouTube chat right now. Yeah, Steffi B, I agree. Things should be perfect for Mike Richardson right now. I hope so too. Everybody send Mike our, warm, fuzzy thoughts that his tech is working beautifully and that he will soon be back online with us and being super ecstatic because he just went through totality. For people who don't know, if you've never gone through totality for an eclipse, it's unbelievably surreal. If you've been through a partial eclipse, it's not that big a deal. But totality is something completely different because it's not just you that goes through it, it's all of your surroundings. And so having an instant night doesn't just change the atmosphere. I mean, you literally feel 15 degrees cooler like that. Mm-hmm. It's not just going like under the shade of a tree. It's absolutely feeling nighttime temperatures like all around you. And even before that, you can feel, if you had closed your eyes and just felt the air around you, you would know which way the eclipse was coming, like from where the moon's shadow was coming, because you feel a wind from that direction. Mm-hmm. And it's a cool wind that blows on you. And it gets stronger and stronger, and the temperature drops more and more, and all of the animals and everything around you just gets hush quiet. And you can even feel the change in the moisture in the air. It gets a bit drier. Yep. And the reason for that is because you no longer have the heat and the thermals lifting moisture off the ground. So there's all these changes that occur. The crickets start chirping, your street lights come on, right? Birds fly like they act confused and crazy because they suddenly feel night coming on and they're like, oh crap, we got to get home. We got to get to our nests. So you'll see birds flying frantically about because they're completely confused that there would be nighttime already. Bees even get confused. Bees will literally rush to their hives. And if they can't make it in time before it gets dark, because they can't really see well without the sun, if they can't make it to their hives before nightfall, they will literally just stop right there on the ground. They'll just stay there, and they'll just stop wherever they are and just wait until the sun comes out again. So there's all sorts of things. Birds act, like hens and chickens, and certain animals just go kind of crazy. The dogs will act very nervous and very odd, and it's because of all the sounds that are changing all around them. And then as soon as you get kind of used to or kind of into what it looks like and feels like, as soon as that happens, then totality begins to lift. It gets suddenly very, very bright. Suddenly the crickets shut up, the lights go off, and everything comes back, and it feels like a full reset. And you're like, whoa, what just happened, right? Not to mention that you have the dawn and dusk all the way around in a very thin ribbon all the way around you. But where you are, it's almost as if you had if you could imagine like a massive spaceship, right? This is for all the alien lovers. Imagine a massive spaceship coming down and just parking right overhead, blocking out the sun, And so you're looking out and you feel like you're under this dome, right? And you just kind of like go, what is going on? That is what it feels like. And then as soon as it happens, within just a few breaths, it feels like it's over. And everything disappears and you're just kind of like, did that really, you're asking people to pinch you because it's like, did that really happen?
Yeah. I drove 3 hours, 3 hours from Portland into Central Oregon, and was literally within 500 feet of the totality line for it. It only lasted for a minute and a half. It was the most amazing experience. If you ever have the chance to experience it, everybody should do it. It is absolutely amazing.
I did that over at Crooked River Ranch in 2017. We were dead center, right in the middle of totality.
Yeah.
Oh, that
It
is so
was
cool.
amazing.
Yes.
Oh, I love that.
We had where we were at was actually out on a ranch. We had horses out there, and there was some cattle out there. They had chickens in a little coop over there. The chickens all went in to roost.
Yes.
Could not understand why, all of a sudden it was nighttime. It's time to go to bed.
Right.
But yeah, no, it was absolutely amazing. I didn't have a good camera for my telescope at the time. The camera I had was there was too much magnification on my 6-inch, so I couldn't capture the whole sun. I just got parts of it on the edge, but it was absolutely amazing.
That is so cool. Okay, so I have a daughter that is asking me how to use the blender.
I don't know. I don't
You
know
need to
how
take
to
a
use it
moment.
because it's so stupid. This is the most dumb blender ever. Okay, and it doesn't even work well.
Sounds like my daughter.
So give me a second.
Yeah, take a minute.
I'll be right back. So all these on YouTube, you'll see an empty chair for a moment, but I'll put your chat up so you know what, anyone on Patreon because I'm going to put up the YouTube chat, and so everybody can see it. I'm going to move my chair out of the way. Anyone on Patreon, if you guys want to be able to chat with each other for a few minutes while I take care of my daughter, feel free, so you guys can see what's going on. I will be right back. I am going to run a blender for my daughter.
This has been so exciting. I keep going out and looking. We didn't get a totality. We're not there, but we're not that far off. And I've never seen the sun covered with just a sliver left. And it was the coolest thing. And the chickens really did go in the coop. It was so cool. Just thought I'd share that.
Everybody gets ready to go to bed. That's it. It's amazing.
Well, we didn't have that much in Albuquerque, but it was cool.
We just started to see the incursion here, and within about 5 minutes, the clouds arrived and the shower started. So yeah, Portland was a washout.
Kind of like here in Coos Bay, the only thing we see is gray.
That is the Pacific Northwest, unfortunately.
Did you guys try to see it? Because in Albuquerque, it was cloudy, but when I put the glasses on and stared at where I thought the sun would be, I did see it through the glasses, even though it was cloudy.
Yeah, Lourdes, here it's the overcast is so much that I couldn't see it at all. I've seen several of them, but not any luck here on the south coast of Oregon.
No, I could imagine. Yeah, you didn't exactly have.
By the way, Lourdes, your mic sounds great.
I have a new laptop.
That's what I heard.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
I have a new Lenovo. I don't know
Aha.
where my mic is. I packed everything. The movers took it, and I haven't seen my stuff in 40 days. I don't know where it is.
Okay, I'm back. I mean, you don't see me yet, but I'm back.
Oh, I saw you
Lourdes,
waving
Yes.
across in front a minute ago.
yeah. Lourdes, you're
Lourdes
talking
was-
about your stuff is missing?
Okay, it's not missing. Technically, they came to my house. They packed it all up. It was 3 Russians. Okay, the head of the crew told me his name was Vladimir, and I said, "Sure, my name is Maria." Okay, and so they took everything, and then I couldn't close on the apartment here after I got here. So it's been 40 days, 42 days since they packed it. And I've had to, I had 1 pair of shoes, 1 pair of jeans. I mean, I've had to buy everything. And I'm living in an extended stay hotel. Let's leave it at that. I have to throw out my trash. So it's been a very humbling experience.
I bet. Yeah, I bet. My
Yeah,
gosh.
and when you look at my initials, I'm LMA, Lourdes Marrero Albuquerque.
Yeah, Albuquerque,
So,
right. That's right, usually just Lourdes, yeah. That's so funny, I see that in
yeah.
your initials
Well,
there.
I used to be LMF,
Right,
Lourdes Marrero, Florida.
Florida.
Now I'm Albuquerque.
Well, you know, again, it's always, anytime you move, it always seems like the new state hazes you for a while. And if you can get through the hazing phase, then you're in like Flynn. So this is still the
Let's
hazing
just
phase.
say that I'm trying to look for the patron saint of batteries because I've had everything that I needed a battery for. I haven't had it. I've had to replace all batteries everywhere.
Wow.
But my laptop, I still have the old laptop, but I said, let me get in with this one because I'm breaking it in, and I wanted to test the mic and the image. I'll put the camera on a minute.
I see,
Okay.
yeah.
So it's a better camera, I think, than the one I had.
Yeah, it's a good camera. Yeah, you look good.
No, not really, Tamitha, but we're going back to that one. Thank you. You're my friend. Okay.
Cute. You're cute. Yeah. Someone say Secret Owl saying time for a GoFundMe. Yeah, no kidding. Oh my goodness. Well, we know you're gonna get through this, you know.
Yeah, no, but it's been quite an experience, and you know, it's kind of like I was a little spoiled.
Right.
Kind of.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. We all.
So the manager of the hotel refers to me as the princess.
And Francis says, Flynn, you say. Yes, I do. I say that all the time, Francis. Yeah. Well, we're rooting for you, Lourdes, and you know, anytime you need, you need us, we're there for you. I'm taking a look at some people say, let's see, power lights on my solar panels are flickering. Howard, is that because you're in totality or something like that? There's a Howard Buck on YouTube is commenting. I didn't even think about how people who are powered by solar panels or something like that, as they go through totality, how badly they might be affected. That's an interesting concept because there's a lot more green energy than there used to be. So Sue Ellen White, I see, is there. She's got her hand up. This is on Whereby. Yep. Hi, yep. Sue. Where are you?
We are in Texas, and we just saw the eclipse. It was incredible.
Oh, that's great. And I can.
My 11-year-old grandson. This is.
And I can tell.
This is the second eclipse, and there were clouds. Then the clouds parted, and we thought we saw a CME on the lower right-hand corner of when it was totality.
Oh, that is so cool.
Or flare or something.
That is so cool.
It's
okay.
So cool.
And what we will do is I will go ahead and take a look.
Totality.
Right. For those on YouTube, this is Sue Ellen White is with us via cell phone, And if you can hear all the breakup of her audio, I guarantee it's because everybody's on their cell phone down there because everybody just went through totality and you all are having fun.
We are east of Austin and we got a total clear totality.
Oh, that is so cool.
And we're still not quite done. It's still on the other side. It was incredible.
Oh, right on.
Yeah.
Right
or
on.
we're west of Austin. It was awesome. So do you see a flare?
I am looking right now. I'm having to stop. My system is overloaded here because I've got too many live feeds going. So I'm having to slow down for a sec while I try to get an image feed up. So let's see if I can do this. I had one up, but I accidentally killed it. So I'm gonna try to do this again. But right now, everything is working so slowly. Why is it doing? It's not even pulling up this. There we go. Let's just take a look at today. Let's do gold. And the reason why I'm going to do the gold color, in case anybody is curious what I'm doing, I am pulling up an image or a movie of SDO AIA imagery right now. And hopefully I can pull it up. Come on.
20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, reality. 132.
Come on, SDO. Everything is so slow right now. So give us a second while the images load. And the reason why I'm pulling up the gold sun, it'll take a minute, is because typically the gold sun has much more of the streamers out here than anywhere else. And so yes, you're seeing a lot more. I'm not sure if I'm seeing, it keeps loading, so if it goes black, it'll just take a sec. But you're seeing something here today. So you might have had some prominence action. You might have just had a coronal mass ejection, so a big solar storm be launched. If I load this up over the last couple days, we might be able to see. But this is the way the sun has looked today from space, so solar north is pointed here, south here. This is the east limb. That's the west limb. For those who aren't all that familiar, yes, it does seem like the east and west limbs are reversed, but that's only because the way we look at the sun, we're looking at the sun, the compass rose that we would normally use, the compass rose is actually from the sun's perspective. So this is, from the sun's perspective, this is the west side, and this is the east side, which is reversed when we look at it from Earth's perspective. It's like taking a map and flipping it backwards. And if you looked at the compass rose, if you flipped the map backwards, you would see the compass rose would reverse east and west, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. So yeah, there's a lot of activity on the east limb today.
Yeah. And we would see it on the right-hand side.
It depends. In Florida, that's the tough bit, is in Florida you'd be tilted, so everything would tilt a little bit. So you might see it, and I don't, because I'm not as great of a ground astrophotographer as I would like to be, I don't know if it would be tilted, so what you would see would be things on the northern part of the hemisphere of the sun, like the northeastern part of the sun or the southeastern part. I don't know which way it would be tilted for you. But it should be on the eastern side.
Yes, we're in Texas.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it should be tilted, gosh, I think it should be tilted to the southeast. Because the sun, right, because the sun is south of us. Is that where you saw it?
Yeah.
Yeah, lower bottom. Brody loves saying lower bottom. Yes, so there.
Yep.
Yes, so lower bottom because you're in the northern hemisphere.
Woo!
You saw it. You saw all the activity. You know, that is what's so cool between
it was.
Oh, that's so cool. That is the difference between watching a solar eclipse in 2017. Oh, that's cool. Between 2017 and now is that in 2017 we were at solar minimum. So everything was so quiet, but now we've got so much more going on. So that is so cool. Right on. So yeah, people in
pink.
It was kind of pink. Very cool. That is so great, Sue Ellen. Were you able to take any movies or anything of it?
We did with cell phones. We wouldn't want to waste the camera.
He did it with cell phones. Oh, that's so cool.
How do we? How do we post it?
Well, you can. The problem is you probably have to have. In this case, you probably have to have your own YouTube channel because I don't have a way of getting it through Patreon. I don't think there's a way that you can post it to me so that I can show it. You'd have to have like some link, be able to put it online, and then I could look at it with you.
Google Drive will be your friend.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's so great. Thanks for the field report. That is really awesome.
It was so awesome.
Right on. Yeah, definitely. That was so great. So Sue Ellen with us in Texas. Where did you say again, Sue? Because I see you're still with us. Where did you say in Texas you were?
Llano.
Oh, in Llano, Texas. Right on. Llano, Texas.
Yeah, set up their whole baseball field area, put out porta potties, the nicest people. They went out of their way for us.
Oh, that is so cool. How many people were down there?
Where we are, there were only about 30, maybe 50, 60 people, hardly anybody.
Really? Wow. But they had porta potties and everything for you. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Awesome.
So I almost put her up on camera, but I didn't. Yeah, Sue, if you're with us, if you want me to put you up on camera, let me know because I'll show your likeness to those on where.
Okay, let's see.
Do you want it? Here, let me.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, hang on one sec. Hang on. Give me a second to turn it on, and
Here, go back.
There we go. So there's Sue. Say hi, Sue.
Here's a.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, sure.
I see you. We got you on live on YouTube. It's a little bit, you come closer to the camera if you can, so we can see your faces better. Uh-oh, unless they lost.
Grandson Kepler.
I'm hoping we didn't. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's so great. So is it your...
my grandson Kepler.
Hi, Kepler. And everybody on YouTube is saying hi. That is so cool. Thank you for sharing this wonderful field report with us. We've loved it. It's just fantastic.
Okay. Thanks for all you do.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you so much. Okay, that was awesome. So yes. So we have definitely gotten some field reports over the course of today thus far. People are enjoying totality. See, it's so much different when you have totality, right? There's just nothing like it. And it's, if you can share it with family members, I mean, all the better. But it is just such a surreal experience. It's something that you'll never forget if you've never done it. But yeah, it's so neat that people are they're able to see all of this fun stuff. So in the Northern Hemisphere, thank you for those of you on YouTube and everyone here in Whereby, if you guys, for confirming that that what we're seeing in the Northern Hemisphere is the east limb tilted slightly to the south. So from people's perspectives, the further north you go, the more tilted the sun will be. So what is a northern, so if you ever get up on, let's say, the SDO website or some other website that's showing space telescopes and showing the sun and you're wondering how it's oriented, we just got that cleaned up, that what you're looking at here straight north on a space telescope, the higher north you are in latitude on the Earth and you're looking, the more this will be rotated. Okay, so it'll be rotated in this direction, so the east limb will tilt further and further to the south. So in Texas and those and places like that, we've got the east limb tilted somewhat, but then if you go even higher north, it'll tilt even further to the south. I don't know if it's not going to tilt completely south, but it'll be tilted a bit more than it is here. So it'll be pointing somewhat southeast. Okay, so look for activity in those regions, and that's what you're going to see. Obviously, if we had the eclipse in the southern hemisphere, I think it would be tilted the other way. It's kind of neat how that works. So that the east limb would be tilted to the north instead of to the south. It's just because where you are on the globe, you know, the where it would be directly overhead, where the sun looks the same for you know, for the viewer who's looking straight out at the sun, and it looks here on a space telescope as if you're at the equator, because that's when north is north and south is south. Everywhere else, you're either you're tilted one direction or another off of perfect, you know, a perfect view, right? And that's just the symmetry of the planet. Let me know if I got that wrong, guys. I don't think I did. But again, I am not a ground astrophotographer or astronomer. I am a space physicist who is used to looking at these types of images, not at the other ones, the ones from the ground. Now, anybody have any questions while I have the sun up? Because I'll switch back to our live eclipse view if you'd like. Otherwise, you know, yeah, I'll switch to our live eclipse view. Otherwise, I'll answer questions if people have some questions about our sun right now. It doesn't look like we're having, you know, we're not having any big Earth-directed CMEs. I had talked about looked like it could have been a stealthy solar storm launch, but we didn't have any coronagraph images at the time because sadly there was this data gap both in the SOHO-LASCO coronagraph and also in stereo at the same time. So this window of about 4 hours, that was a critical window to see whether or not this one CME that was launching, the solar storm was launching, was actually going to be an Earth-directed solar storm or something launched from the far side. There was just no data. None of our coronagraphs had it. So we're kind of flying blind. So I was kind of worried that there might be a big solar storm hitting Earth right about now. Thus far, I looked just about an hour or so or two ago and nothing. So let's hope it continues to stay like that. But I'm open to questions if you guys have questions for me. And I'm looking right now. Yeah, prominence eruption. Helen S. says, oh man, I'm still buzzing from the excitement. People are yelling and clapping. That's right. That's for totality. It always is like that. Jamie Roy, you have a thin layer of cloud here. Looked at the partial eclipse without glasses, which I don't recommend. No, don't do that. Please don't do that. I hope your eyes are not burned. You will not know if you have burned your eyes because you don't sense pain. And when the light, especially if the eclipse is significant, let's say, you know, more than, let's say 70%, the dimness is, you know, the light from the sun dims down so much that you may not even tear up and your eyes may not even like, you know, wince and make you feel like pain, like it's too bright to look at. And so you might think you're doing fine, but you're really not. You're burning your retina, and sadly, you don't have any pain receptors in your retina. So you don't know that you're hurting yourself until you're done looking, and then over time, you might feel like, wait a minute, my vision isn't as good. And so that can actually happen afterwards. So you may not even know the extent of any damage you caused yourself until long after the eclipse is over. So please be aware of that. And don't use the welder's goggles. They are not rated for welder's goggles, welder's filters. They are not rated for the eclipse. They have a totally different spectrum that they're rated for. And so they don't protect you enough in the UV, and they don't protect you enough in the IR, so the infrared. So you will cook your eyes if you look at the sun with welder's glasses on or welder's goggles. Even though the visible light is dim enough, it's not dim enough in the ultraviolet, and it's not dim enough in the infrared. And then also, even if you have the right glasses for it, don't look at it with glasses and then through binoculars, because the binoculars, it intensifies the solar light, right? Because it makes the sun bigger. So it's actually intensifying typically by 2 or 3 times, intensifying the sun's light. And these goggles, these little eclipse glasses, are not rated for that. They're only rated for just the normal sun. So if you have binoculars that you're looking through, and then you put your glasses on, or you put the glasses on top of the well, if you put it on top of the binoculars, maybe that'll work. But if you have these on and then binoculars on top, don't do that, because you're intensifying the light that goes through this, and they will not protect you, okay? So please don't do that either. These glasses have to be used in a very specific way, and that is one intensity of the sun only. That's all it can handle. Okay, so just be aware. And I hope your eyes are okay. Jay, when you know, it scares me when you say that type of stuff. Okay, let's see. Anybody have any questions? Anyone on Whereby have questions? I see a lot of cameras off now. People are probably out watching the eclipse, I would imagine.
Peak darkness, or whatever you call it.
Okay, let's see.
His dog was barking a lot before this.
And we've got a live mic up. Let me see who is the live mic right now on. And I see, hey Andy, I see you there. That's wonderful to see you. Yeah, I see you there. You were commenting in the chat. Do you not have a microphone?
I do have a mic, yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Nice to see you. Been fun.
Nice to see you too.
Sorry, I've got my WhatsApp talking to me as well. Yeah, hopefully you get to look at the propagation maps, because there's certainly some evidence. I will just shut that up. Bear with me.
I will, hang on, let's see, let's just do that for a second. Unless there's some, let me check in live really quick to see where are we. This is back to NASA's feed. NASA's finally, is this live? I don't think this is live. Hold on. Let's see where we are for NASA. Oh, come on, do me a favor. Let me just refresh this. Of course, it's giving me an ad first. Oh, this is back to. Oh, interesting. NASA's feed. NASA's got the same live feed. So Univision's using NASA's feed right now. So we are in Upper Lake, New York, or Tupper Lake, New York, where they're getting their totality right now. So I'll keep this up for just a second. Then yes. So Andy, tell me about your propagation maps, and I'll go to them. Can you? Which are the maps that are? I mean, you can actually see contacts being dropped, or do I have to look at a movie?
Yeah, this is your Atlantic HF feed.
So Atlantic
you can see on the camera.
You know what? Let me go to your. For anyone who has never gone to Andy's, let me stop this. Andy's website. You see me use his stuff all the time. G7IZU.
Yeah.
What is it? .uk.co or .co.uk?
.co.uk.
Okay, so G7IZU.co.uk, and this is his website, as you can see up here. Let me move out of the way. Oh, that's sweet. I didn't even know you had this here. Thank you. That's so cool.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's see. How do I get to you again? Let's see. Radio propagation maps. Now, which one?
The Atlantic HF.
Propagation 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. So you go to radio propagation maps and then HF propagation 10 minutes. Now, these are the ones that I typically do movies of, and we have a little bit of a movie here, right? Is this the old one, or is this the actual new movies?
There's no movies on there at the moment. It was crashing the website because of the number of hits I was getting, actually. So I had to take it off.
That's wonderful. Well, what I can do is I can cheat. So what I'm going to do is, because I can go to the source. Oh, so I'm going to go to the source.
That's a low-res version.
Is this cheating?
I
don't want C's right now. Hold on. Why did it take me to C's? That's strange. Go to my dashboard. Webcams. Okay. So if we watch, let's watch maybe the last hour or 3 hours. What do you think?
Probably either.
We'll see. We'll do an hour and we'll see what we see. So what we're seeing right here is the last hour of radio propagation. I don't have the wavelengths up, right? Do you know Andy, off the top of your head, which wavelengths are what? Which
Yellow is the 10-meter band. The blues and purples are 3 megahertz, 40 meters, and 7 megahertz. which is unusual in the daytime.
Which is unusual during the daytime, right? Because it's these are the longer wavelengths, and the cool thing. See, the cool thing that you do that the geochron doesn't do, which frustrates me to no end right now, is that you actually have kind of a rainbow style in terms of your colors.
Yeah.
You go from red and hot colors being high wavelength or high frequencies, and then cool colors being, wait, do I have it backwards? I think I have it backwards.
You are backwards. Sorry, I don't mean you're backwards. It is backwards. The darker colors, browns and reds,
are
the lower frequencies.
Yeah.
Yellows, greens, and yellows are higher frequencies.
Are the higher frequencies. Sorry, I got it backwards. So what's nice is that you expect to see the hotter colors during the day, and you to take over during the day, and the lower colors, which and it's very intuitive because you expect hot being the heat of the day and cool being the cool of the night. So it's very intuitive. Sadly, with PSK Reporter and the way the geochron reports it, because it reports it using the PSK Reporter colors, it's just a tangled colored spaghetti. You can't make heads or tails of it. So that's one of the things I wanted to work with Patrick from Geochron when we get the space weather bundles, is whether or not we can recolor those radio frequencies to be more intuitive, like what you have here. So yeah, you're seeing these frequencies, these darker colors coming in during the daytime, and you can see the terminator just better. That's the only bad thing, is that with this software, is that the terminator really, it's hard to see the terminator where the night side is and the day side. They just don't make it very dark. You can see it a little bit. And then where that yellow dot is, that is the subsolar point. That's where the sun is. That's noon.
I think I can make the night side a bit darker. I can play with that.
Oh, could you? Could you actually make that a little bit darker? If you could, that would be so wonderful. Because try. I love how it actually has a little bit of a gray line, like you actually have a gray region in here, so that people don't think it's just a single terminator. I don't know if that's showing what astronomical twilight and then nautical twilight. I don't know what the two lines
I don't think it's that precise. No, it's just
a band.
Maybe the beginning and end of twilight.
Right. Oh, okay. Understood. But at least it's showing that gray line is not necessarily just a gray, a single line, like a terminator line on the surface. Because up in the atmosphere, it's definitely not just that. Yes, thanks, Nick. I appreciate you putting that in the chat. Okay, I see InfoDog has a question. KV5R from Texas went through near totality and did propagation experiments on 80 meters. Yep, D layer diminished and band opened. Wow, that's cool, InfoDog. Thank you. And it says you said, but I have a very ... Oh, I see, high noise level here today, and all HF nearly dead. Really, your HF is nearly dead. On what frequency are you? Did you say what frequency you were on? No, you said 80 meters opened up, but what high noise level? What bands were you on? He says all of HF nearly dead. This is in Texas. Let me take a look at my geochron real fast to see if we see a little bit of that. Yeah, radio propagation looks terrible right now, to be totally honest. Oh, I know why. You're having issues with what we had been talking about earlier. InfoDog, if you were on a little while ago when I was drawing my little cartoon of the solar eclipse propagation across the United States, and I drew these lines of basically wake. As a matter of fact, I probably can pull that back up. I don't even know if it's... I probably do still have that up. Let me see. Anybody wondered whether this is a casual meeting or not? Yes, we are. Very casual. All right, let's see. I probably have to restart this NDI. Yeah. And hopefully... Yes, it pops back up. Okay, good. Give me just a moment. Whoop, did it kill my broadcast, or is it still broadcasting?
You're still broadcasting.
It's still broadcasting.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. And then I have to find my notes thing again. Good. And now I have to find the note that I did. There it is. Ugh, what a mess. So it's a mess, and it's not over the cleanest background, which I can fix in a sec if you need me to. But what I had drawn, okay, and I could actually redraw this. Too bad I can't shrink it. I don't have the power to do that without redrawing it. But I could redraw it over the United States right here, right, because this is just a path of totality across here. But what I've drawn is I've expanded that path of totality all the way up here. For those who didn't catch it before, the red lines is the path of totality that the moon is taking, okay, across the United States. This is the moon at some, center, some point during the path. This is a dashed line showing the moon at some later point in time because we propagated it forward in time. And what I was talking about is that you will have, what do you see, these dashed yellow rectangles here, just in and outside the path of totality, is showing kind of where the gray line, this artificial gray line, would be as the moon moves over, through this region. But the thing is that in this gray line, you're going to be creating all these gravity waves. And these gravity waves, not gravitational waves, but gravity waves. And those are atmospheric waves that move essentially at the speed of sound. And what these things do is that they will propagate, and so I'm showing wave fronts here in green. They will propagate just like you had a boat in water. So if this is the moon moving along this trek across a lake, and you're looking down at it from, let's say, an airplane or a helicopter, you can see the wake that boat makes, and you can see it spread out over time, and it gets wider and wider and wider. And that's what these are. It's kind of like the ripples in the lake, right? So as that boat continues to move to, let's say, a position out here, these wake lines that were really thin, or really close rather, really narrow behind the boat, have rippled out and expanded way out here like this. So as this eclipse now is moved out to over here somewhere, if I look back on, if I were to take this diagram off, and I'm just looking at the United States now, and that path of totality is just a tiny little strip that comes through this region. Those ripples have now rippled all the way out this way. And so down in, the lower part of the United States, you're having tons of those ripples. And as you have those ripples, those what we call transient ionospheric disturbances, okay, these TIDs, are going to make HF unlivable for a little while. And in fact, you may get signal like contacts, and then they disappear. And then you get the contact back, and then it disappears. And then the contact back again over a periodic or semi-periodic, set of time. And that could be minutes to hours. And it's all because you're now trying to communicate through this wake effect from this shadow of the moon going across. So I would expect HF bands to be completely trashed post-eclipse, not pre-eclipse, but post-eclipse, simply because of the wake of these ripples from the gravity waves that's just completely distorting the ionosphere right now. So hopefully that made sense. And so that makes perfect sense with what you guys were, what you were saying on that all the HF bands are getting trashed. And I bet, Andy, as we continue watching this, this unfold here, as I'm going to try to take this off now. Hold on. Let me, whoop. There we go. As we watch this thing unfold,
very interesting. Thanks.
We're going to see more of this, these frequencies going into the cold, and going into the blues, the darker blues, and then also dispersing completely. And I don't know with TIDs, to be honest, here's a limit of my knowledge. I don't know if TIDs, I don't know how they're frequency dependent. So, for instance, I don't know if they affect higher frequencies faster or more dramatically than lower frequencies. I just don't know. And I'm trying to see if I have a gut feeling for it, from what from the physics that I do know.
It was weird to see 80-meter bands start to open up a little bit. Probably about an hour ago. It's gone cold now, but it just started to open up, and there was and I was starting to see long path whisper concats into Central Europe. And
that's so cool.
And then they faded again. Yeah, never ever seen that before. So.
Oh, that is so cool. I just absolutely love that. I'm absolutely thrilled to see this stuff happening and in real time, and us being able to witness it on Andy's software, and I will put together a time lapse after the of the geochron. It does look now, if I share, let me share this, a quick view of this. Hold on. If I put my droid cam on, okay, kind of covering it. It does look like now they finally have the eclipse being in the right location. So at one point, if you guys remember earlier on, they had the eclipse clear out here. They were as bad as my own movie of it. It was way off. So somewhere during our chat, while we've had this live stream, the geochron did fix their time issue problem. But what'll be fun is that when I put the movie together, I'll put a time lapse together for the next forecast I do, and we'll see how the radio propagation changes over time, and we'll see. And Andy, I'll do the same with yours. I'll put a really cool A/B comparison so that we can see the best of both worlds, because it's fun to look at it on a globe. You get certain views and certain insights when you look at it on a globe, as opposed to looking at it on a flat map. And of course, the color schemes is so much better. Andy's, yours is so much better than the geochrons. It would really be nice if I could find a way of
I wish I could market it. That's a good appraisal. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, it's wonderful. I mean, we'd be, I use them all the time, and you make them so readily available, and I'm just so grateful. So anybody who doesn't utilize Andy's site at g7izu.co.uk, please do so. His ham radio imagery is just fantastic. Okay, let me turn this off again for the moment. Whoop, I didn't do that right. Hang on. And there. Okay, so we are getting closer to the end of this, aren't we? Because we are down in, let's go back to a live feed for now. I'll keep this up. We can look more at this stuff later. But let me go, let's see what's going on. This is NASA again. Let's see how NASA's doing. Let me refresh. See if they've got anything interesting to say. This doesn't look live. Oh, they're okay. Looks like this. Yeah, this is the end of the end of the eclipse. So in Dallas, Texas, obviously the partial eclipse is almost over. Let's see how's my movie doing? How far off is it? We've got this at 4:36. I'm not that far off. Look at that.
5 or 6 minutes.
Hey, it's managed to stay pretty well. Let me update it. Let's see, we're ground path of totality. Let me accelerate it just a smidge. So 436 needs to go to 430. Okay, so it needs to go to 430 or 442. So let's catch it up just a smidge. Whoa, too much. Uh-oh, I don't know if it's going to let me do it. It wants to jump to 509. No. All right, I'll leave it at that for now. So now I'm only a couple minutes behind. I don't want to jump to 509. I'm not sure why it wouldn't let me. I'll try again to upgrade it soon. But this has been kind of cute. I mean, I've had to restart it a couple times because I couldn't get it quite perfect. But it's not too bad. And of course, the NASA folks are just talking at their desks. I don't know. To me, and they always do this. This to me is not that fun. I want this to be big and him to be small. Don't you think? So where I'm going to go now, I'm going to go back to time and date for a second, because we did Univision. And let me see. Where's my time and date feed? I'm going to pause NASA, because I am not as excited about them. That's in vivo. We did that for a bit. That's NASA. Where's my Did I kill my time and date? I don't know if I did. No, I don't want these. I guess I did. I killed my time and date one. Let me see. Time and date. Let's check in with them, and then we can check in with Chuck's astrophotography, which we have yet to do. There it is. Stared right at it and couldn't see it. Okay, get through the advert.
Wide-angle view.
Yeah, see, I love time and date because they've got
some
some experts talking down here. They show the path of totality where they are right now, kind of like where we are here. And this is in Burlington, Vermont. So I'm not sure this is. I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess they might have had totality in Vermont. I don't remember if Vermont had totality. But as you can see over here, the ones that are getting to really get close to totality are Quebec, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and Labrador. So we're getting close to the end as far as having landmass, right? Because what's going to happen is that moon shadow is going to be moving over the Atlantic Ocean, and it's going to disappear, to the night side. And that'll be the end of the eclipse. So we're really close to the end, sadly. But this has been... this went by really fast. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm surprised how incredibly quickly this has gone by. We've had a couple really cool reports.
We can see
I'm not sure Mike Richardson made it back in.
And by the way,
or Jerry. Right, we had some early reports from them. Has anyone seen those guys pop back in? And I missed it?
There. That is the final bit of Canada that is experiencing totality
now.
No
one's. I see cameras on. I see Lisa Pattinson's here. Nice to see you. Hi.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing?
Good. I got the letter. I'm in.
That's awesome. I'm so glad to see you. Thanks for coming in. That's awesome. Where are you right now? You look like you're at home.
I'm Scotland, yeah.
Yeah. So you didn't fly anywhere for this?
No.
I didn't know. I thought you might have.
I work at the Dublin airport, but I flew back on Friday through a storm.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So definitely done with flying. It's got to be nice getting the discounts for the airfares though.
Oh, I'm getting the miles. No discounts, but I'm getting loads of miles.
Oh wow. Oh okay. They don't give you discounts too? I'm surprised.
Because I work for the airport, not the air.
Oh, I see. I got it. Oh, that's a little frustrating. That's too bad. Well, still.
Well, I did get a cheaper flight to Rome for the class, so. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I've got it. Yeah, and I did talk. For those who are curious, they did. Did they send you something?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah. Lisa's going to be attending the La Gila school in Italy. So we're going to be teaching, and so she's one of the students that will be there.
I'll have to teach you some Italian.
I know I'm terrible.
I
butcher everything.
You live in California. You should know these things.
No, I don't. I speak German. If I speak any second language, it's German, and I don't even speak. I only have a tiny bit of that. So sadly, trying to get the correct. I used to speak a teeny tiny bit of Spanish when I was like 10, and sadly, I can't even remember being 10 anymore. That was like 100 years ago for me. So sadly, it is what it is. But so I completely butcher the pronunciation. The sad thing is that my co-directors, who are all Italian, they said, no, you're doing great. So, they're no help. They should be a little bit more brutal, but, it is what it is. Anyway.
They're giving you the respect. It's your title that keeps them from saying anything.
They actually told me, too, that I need to that the commercial that I created, so that commercial that runs on my forecast, that did so well. We went from very few applicants to almost having too much. So they're
Oh,
actually
wow.
thinking of, yeah, they're actually thinking of,
Doing
they were
another
glad
one?
I've only ran it twice. They didn't want me to run it more than that.
Stop.
And so, yeah. And so they're actually talking about maybe in the future we'll do another school for those who were not
Oh,
able to get in or were contemplating, but so we'll see. We'll see how, obviously we need to get through this first one.
Yeah.
Once we get through the first one, then we'll be able to tell, right? And see how it goes. But I'm thrilled. So we'll get a chance to meet in person finally, and that's going to be awesome. So, let's see. Brody, you're saying unfortunately no Cheyenne. I think the moment of totality was far too brief. Oh yeah, some people are looking for the comet, the Pons-Brooks comet. I completely forgot about that.
I got a picture of it.
Well, no, but during the eclipse, because you could actually, for some people, if you looked really closely and you had a long path of, a long period of totality, like 4 minutes, because like right now, the folks that are getting it, they're only getting like 2 minutes worth of totality. And if you're on the hairy edge, then you're only getting less than that, maybe a minute and a half. Like I know everybody in Montreal was only getting a minute and a half of totality. And so if you had a long period of totality, then you might actually be able to look in the eastern sky near Jupiter. And I believe it was in the eastern sky where Jupiter was, low on the horizon. It's like about 30 degrees from the horizon, which is sadly right about the area where the sunlight starts leaking in. So you might be able to get a chance to see Pons-Brooks, but it was kind of dicey. And so I'll be interested to see if anybody managed to get Pons-Brooks during the eclipse. But Brody was talking about not being able to see the comet, at least in Cheyenne. It says no Cheyenne. But if anybody has managed to see, if anyone's managed either here on Patreon on Whereby or on YouTube, if anyone managed to see Pons-Brooks during the path of totality, gosh, let me know. I would love to know if anybody caught the comet. So, and I hear someone says, Tone 1 says, I cannot hear a word you're saying. So can you guys hear me? I hope you guys everyone can hear me, right?
All good.
All good on Whereby. That's good. So let me know if there's issues of hearing me on YouTube. I have not checked I need to check.
I can still hear you on YouTube just fine.
Oh, good. Thanks, Mark.
All
I
good
appreciate
from
you
here.
telling me. And you guys, it's good from here? Oh, good. Okay. Awesome. So that obviously was geared towards someone else. Good. Gary Calger says we only had a 93% of the eclipse in Western Virginia. Is that what that is? That VA or is that Vancouver? Oh gosh, where is that? Where's
West Virginia?
I would think it's West Virginia. I just want to be sure though. Vancouver, there's no, not even close to totality there, so it has to be West Virginia. Okay, good. Thanks, David. Appreciate that. You guys hear me 5x9. Thanks, Andy. Yeah, and Mark said so too. You're so wonderful. Thank you. And you guys can hear us fine, Chef Joanne. You can hear us fine in Dallas, Texas. I hope that you all have had, for those of you who were close to the path of totality, have been able to go out and take a look, and been able to get outside. Oh my gosh, it looks like my video has restarted. So I think the path of totality, I think it's finally finished over land. Are we done? Yeah, look, at time and date, they're showing the moon's shadow now is completely over the Atlantic. So all we're getting now are partial eclipses. Here's Burlington, Vermont, or partial solar eclipse, because the shadow is so stretched out now. The funny thing is that as it goes to the sunset, as it's getting really to the terminator, because here's the terminator here. As it gets to the terminator, this shadow gets more and more and more elongated. So it's like really crazily stretched. In fact, if I show like a fast forward of this movie, look in the top, look as I get back in the camera for a second, look right there to that movie, and I'll play it really fast. Watch the shape as I move it quickly. Watch the shape of the moon shadow go from very circular to very oblong, right? So here's over Texas. it was quite circular. And then as we continue going, it begins to lengthen. And it lengthens parallel to the path of totality. So it begins to become elongated north-south, especially as we got into the higher latitudes. So we're going over Ontario, Canada. Look how different the shape is now. Do you notice that it's much more elongated, right? And as we go over even past Quebec, so this was just a few minutes ago. Watch how quickly, look how elongated it gets now as it's getting really close to going over into the Atlantic. Look how elongated
And radio
that is.
propagation, Tamitha, on that path is dipping down in frequency between Europe and Texas area. So straight along that long shadow path.
Yeah,
Either side of it, frequencies are higher.
You're seeing it dip down. And sadly, my geochron looks terrible. The geochron looks like it's completely... I think we've lost all the FT8 contacts for some reason. So that's not going to make for a good movie. Let's see. Where?
I think the geochron is just being really slow updating.
I wonder why. Here we go. Whoop, no. Oh, these green tabs. Let me refresh and let's take a look at Andy's movie again. So this will again be over the last hour, I think. Let me make sure.
Yeah, make sure it's updated.
I'll do this one. Let me just double check. So what I will do is, instead of doing that, I will do this and click this and make sure. So let's do, again, just the last hour. And what I can do is afterwards, I can play it back a lot longer period of time. Are you talking about the blue frequencies seeming to come further down?
Yeah, definitely the blue ones there. That's
yeah. Look at that.
40 meters.
Look at that. Well, we're also remember. Wow, look at, and this propagation is crazy, right? Because this is what, 40 or 30 meters, maybe. Mm-hmm. No, maybe 40 or yeah. What would be the higher? You don't have a higher frequency. That's still all that just in 40 meters. That's teal, right?
So the cyan color is 20 meters.
Oh, that's 20.
Green is 17 meters.
Green is 17?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 18 megahertz.
So what we're getting is through the gray line. So you're actually getting people in the path of totality.
I was looking between Europe and the southern states. So you see a few blue lines appearing in there.
Yeah, some dark lines. Yeah, right. And it's almost looking like it's right through the path of totality. How interesting.
Yeah.
So it could be a waveguide right through there. And that was something that I meant to mention. I forgot to mention. Because we keep jumping back and forth on all these topics, so I get all excited. But the neat thing is that when you have density changes in the ionosphere, and this is the same thing when I was talking about gravity waves causing dunes in the E layer of the ionosphere for the aurora, and it keeps it in this very thin region of atmosphere, right, from about 110, I think it's about 110 kilometers, 100 to 110 kilometers up in there. I think that's right about where the E layer is. And it keeps it in this very tightly packed column. And that has to do a lot with the way the density is in those regions. And it creates a wave, what we call a waveguide. And I think that's what the path of totality also does, is because as it ripples through there, just like with a boat, you have this glass-like center part of that wake. Has anyone ever seen a boat and you look, if you're sitting on a boat that's got, let's say, an outboard motor or something, and you're barreling through the lake and you're looking out at your wake that the boat makes, and you see the very center of the wake is glass-like as you look further out, and then you see the ripples further out, but very along just that path that the boat actually took, it's very smooth. In fact, I know lots of boaters who, if they want a smooth ride, they'll sit and ride in the wake of another boat that came before. And they'll sit and they'll follow the path exactly so they can stay in that glassy region. It's the same kind of thing that you see when a whale, if you do a whale watching, and the whale does a fluke, and then it dives, deep dive, and then it leaves that glassy footprint. where the water is just completely still and very glass-like, and it stays like that for a long time. Same kind of idea. And that is how the waveguide, I'll bet you it's very much like that, that the moon, as it plows through, you've got this glassy-like upper ionosphere that's very placid. And so any contact that's being done, any propagation, skywave propagation, is actually literally doing multi-skips in through here and not bouncing out of that region. And so they're able to get these top band propagation modes all the way through this region. I bet you the contacts are just crazy right now.
Tamitha, I was listening to a conversation about an hour ago from a guy that was in southern Texas, and he was using an NVIS antenna on 20 meters, which is intended for short hop communications. And he was talking all the way up to New York with it, which is really unusual. So yeah, and he was on 20 meters doing it. So normally NVIS would be good for a few hundred miles, and he was going, whatever distance it is from southern Texas into New York.
Oh, that's so cool, Phil. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is such a cool report. I absolutely adore that.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got ham radio wilderness with Frank. This is, what is your call sign? KG6NLW. I'll end up memorizing that eventually. 10 meters is just starting to recover in Northern California. Mm-hmm. So it very interesting propagation right now. And it looks like if it's along that path of totality, because you're and anywhere, and this what's probably going to happen is that this region is going to die out slowly, but it's also going to spread wider and wider because of that phenomenon that we see with these TIDs propagating across, going both north and south of that line of totality. I think it's fantastic. I don't know how long it'll last. The sad thing is, look at the gray line, right? Look at the Terminator on Andy's thing. That Terminator's coming up pretty quick. So for the East Coast, they're not going to be able to experience all of this cool phenomena occurring that the West Coast is able to experience, because by the time that they start experiencing all these TIDs moving up and away from the path of totality, they're going to be in night. So it's going to shut down all the fun you might have with high frequencies anyway. So it's going to dampen out all of that. So this is a very interesting eclipse from that perspective, that you have this wall, not a brick wall, but a wall to some degree, of the Terminator very rapidly advancing across the path of totality.
40 and 80 minutes could be interesting tonight.
I bet. I would imagine, and that may be why, and we're probably just beginning to see the fun, because these guys are already in the gray line, how they're going to be able to use the top bands on the day side, contacting contacts on the day side, unlike what they've been able to do. We're also seeing it from poles as well. Notice that? So we're seeing maybe places in Siberia, right, that are on the other side that are deep in the night, and they're able to also do pole hops and get here on the day side. So that I find that quite intriguing too. Huh. This is really neat to watch. I'm going to do this real fast. I'm going to let me go back 3 hours. Now it's not going to be high as resolution, but it's a longer throw. And so for 3 hours of this,
and you can see it build.
You sure can. You can see it build and change. Wow, yeah. Andy, what are the other colors? Are we seeing? Well, is that red? What are the colors that we're seeing here?
The darker reds are 18 meter band.
That's 18 meters?
80.
Oh, 80.
3 megahertz.
80.
Oh, sorry, you're looking on the
brownish reddish. Is it red or brown? I can't tell what that is. Right there.
Brown.
That's brown. And so that is, what is that?
was very special. That as
1
well.
second. That's 24 megs, I think.
And we should also add that we have removed that live eclipse map.
So that's something that we hadn't.
Let's
Let's see, because that's the end. Where's the beginning? There's the beginning. Gosh, look at how much the yellow dies.
The surface of the Earth. That's because that shadow.
Yeah, as the Terminator comes across Europe, we're losing the propagation.
Yeah, we're getting because it's coming right, so you can see it right here. So I think sadly we're gonna even Europe, we're gonna lose a lot of this fun stuff pretty quickly.
Again until August 2026.
But I definitely love seeing all the blue, how thick the blue comes in. And just watch all that blue build. See that? Just in the last hour or so.
We'll be there for that. Yes.
So we've been looking around. Traffic is building up on the road.
So very, very cool.
Getting a lot of extraneous audio. I don't know if that's the feed you're watching, Tamitha.
Oh, Mike Richardson's back. Hey, Mike.
Hey.
How'd it go?
Okay, so my video, I didn't come back on because it was uploaded, but now it says that it's processing.
Okay.
Another 37 minutes, but it was absolutely awesome.
Oh, that's so cool.
Science Museum, and we want to say a big
red
thank you
dot
to Nina and Travis for helping them out.
on the bottom of the sun, in my perspective, a very brilliant red dot.
That is wonderful. We've talked to other people who saw it too. This is people were talking about it being they think it's a prominence or it's part of what. And what I can do is I can go back to my SDO feed and we can look at it and see if it's a prominence that was lifting off. I looked at it in the 171 angstroms. I did not look at it in 304. So let me do that. Let me see if I can do this.
Okay, so I'm having a hard time hearing you because there's a lot of other people talking. Is there something I need to do on my end to silence that?
At the last moment, deciding,
Who's
the day before.
Do you guys on Whereby, do you hear other people talking?
Yes. I sure do.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Hold on.
Is it your time and date?
Yeah, it must be. Hold on, guys. Thank you for letting me know. Hang on. Let me find it. I have to find which live feed is causing us trouble.
So it's very hard to kind of make a commitment at a single place.
Yeah.
Because,
There we go. How's that? Did I get it?
Yes.
Why you guys when I have something, because I don't always hear that stuff because I've only got one ear in. So when you guys hear that, let me know right away so that I can take care of it. Yeah. I am. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello.
Uh-oh, Mike.
I can hear you.
I'm froze.
Mike froze.
We see you and hear you, Mike.
You're there, Mike.
We see you and hear you, Mike.
We see you and hear you.
Can
Now
you hear us,
speak.
Mike? Calling Mike. He may have to
on the
come
road.
back in.
He's moving. He might be swapping cell sites and.
Yeah,
Can you see us?
Hopefully he's not driving.
Hello.
Hello, Mike. Can you hear us yet? Can you hear us and see us? Hello.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We can hear you. We can see
No,
you.
we can hear you fine. We're the ones that need to test. Test 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you hear us?
It's okay to talk to us. We like you.
Somebody write in the chat.
In the process of quietening down, did you turn my microphone off?
No.
You're fine.
Nope. You're fine. Can you hear us?
Oh, you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay.
We hear you and see you. He can't hear us though? That's
so
weird.
Anyway, I started the video about 3 minutes before totality, and I recorded a 360-degree sunset, and when totality fell, and I continued to video the surroundings, the clouds cleared out. It was perfectly clear.
In about 10 miles, keep left on
And
south toward Dumont.
The temperature dropped. I got some shots with my phone of the sun in totality, and it looks like all that came out good, but I ran through it kind of rapidly and then started uploading it. And
cool.
It's rendering right now, something about converting it to HD, and it said another 30 minutes to do that. So when I saw that, I just went ahead and logged into the channel, and then I recorded it for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then I hope to have some good shots with my Pentax K70 of totality, with a 300 millimeter zoom lens.
I love it.
And we will be able to see that prominence from where I was looking at. I'm just not really sure where the South Pole would be, but it looked like it was on the bottom of the sun. Of course, the sun was pretty high up. And that's all for now.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us now?
How much longer is this feed going to go? Because I'd like to upload as soon as this finishes. I'll upload it. Well, I'll post the link, and you can play the whole thing live.
We'll be on for a bit, so I don't know, for as long as people want.
So did y'all hear me?
Yes. We can hear. So I'll put. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and get off of here for right now.
Okay.
And I'll come back. I'll come back in.
I'll
with
say.
The link. If
come
it's
back.
going to be a while, I'll come back and join.
Yeah, we're
So
losing
I'm
it.
sign off
Okay.
for now.
Okay. So cool. Come back in as soon as you can.
Okay.
And okay, good. So that's wonderful. I didn't bother
I don't
trying
think
to.
he was hearing us, so that's why I was just typing to him because I think he saw the chat. So.
Perfect. Which is what we needed, definitely. So so check this out, guys. Here is so oops, I can do this right away. There we go. Here's one prominence, and Amanda and Chuck, you guys, you were showing the prominence on one end. I think that you're showing this one over here, right here, and then here's the other one. This is the one that's on the east limb. I think what was it? Sue who saw that, who reported earlier seeing a red little thing on the edge. They might have seen this one because they said it was in the southeast, but there's also this one here. So I'm not sure which one they saw. They could have seen either of them. Things can get, like I said, when things are kind of rotated depending upon where you are. I would think they saw this one, but this one is hanging out and not moving all that much, where this one is kind of a bit explosive, but you have to catch it at the right time. So either one of these should have been visible, these prominences. And for those who don't know, prominences are the same thing as filaments. So these filaments that you see, these little worm-like structures that you see on the sun, let me pull this down so you can see a better one. Here's an example of a filament right here. Here's another filament right here. These structures, here's another one right here. These structures are the same as prominences. The difference is prominences are just simply filaments that are seen on the edge, so on the limb of the sun. And so that's a prominence and that's a prominence, whereas filaments are seen on the disk. Okay, so that's the only difference. Outside of that, what are they? They're kind of like rivers on the sun. They're rivers of plasma, and they're trapped. Whoops, and we've got an open mic somewhere. Hopefully someone catches that. But they're rivers of plasma, and they're essentially just like rivers on the Earth, right, in big canyons. They're being trapped not by geographical formations, by geological formations, but rather by the magnetic field of the sun. So for instance, this structure, if you see a filament like right here, it's being trapped. If I pause it for a second, let me see if I can pause it real fast. Let me pause this. It is being trapped by magnetic field that is up, like my hand is up, okay? And I'm still trying to find out who has the open mic. Someone has a very loud open mic. Oh, this is, okay, Chuck, I think, is it Chuck that has, yeah. I'm gonna turn your mic off, Chuck. Nope, that isn't it. Craig has an open mic. Hold on. Okay, I think we got it. Okay, so getting back to that, hold on. Yes, this is a casual party. We're just all having fun. We have the magnetic field right here, okay? And if I can, I don't know if I can do this. Let's see. Like this? Kind of. So if you imagine my hands, right, being like hills, okay, but magnetic hills. I'm going to put these two hills just like this. Okay, so you can see now how a filament might be like a river, where these hills, if you can think of them as like big tall canyon walls, causing filaments to be trapped in here. And believe it or not, there's also a hill that's kind of covering the filament as well. But that causes the plasma to be channeled into this. This is why we call them filament channels. So that is a channel, and the plasma rains down, almost as if you had plasma sitting on top of this hill, and as it falls down into the channel, it gets guided there by the magnetic field. And so it's trapped in that region. And that's why they kind of spin, you know, they look like long rivers. And so these channels, the plasma is funneled into these channels, and when you get enough of it, it begins to kind of change how the local magnetic field dynamics occurs. And as that changes, you get these things, they actually will begin to rise because they will become magnetically more strong, become buoyant. And as you begin to get more local changes due to half a dozen other, you know, features or mechanisms that are occurring on the sun all the time, you will get these things lifting and rising and a magnetic reconfiguration and all this kind of stuff, which allows them to rise even more. We get tether breaking, all sorts of things can occur. And as they begin to rise even more and more, eventually they get to an instability point where they just then really rise fast, and they light off and they let go, and they release as big solar storms. So filaments basically are very similar to what you see. I mean, they are the same thing as what you see here. It's just you're seeing it, in this case, on the disk, and here you're seeing it on edge. So when you see them lifting off of the surface of the sun, they're either, you know, they're getting unstable and they're lifting off, and they either get launched as a big solar storm, or as you can see in this case, the plasma, it gets unstable, but then it shoots down. Again, more magnetic field shoots down to either side. So in this case, this one didn't launch as a solar storm. It instead, the plasma got evacuated down on this side and down on this side. It rained back down into the filament channels that are either adjacent or in and around this area. So it's really kind of cool, and you can see it here. This is, you know, getting launched off, but then it falls back down because of gravity. It's falling down those hills, those magnetic field lines, down to the surface of the sun. So there's all sorts of invisible magnetic field here that creates a lot of structure, very similar to what you would see when you think of rainwater raining down into, you know, in the Grand Canyon or some other gully or some other, you know, geological feature raining down into the basin and forming these very complex looking filament channels, or filaments in the channels that have been created. But it's obviously a lot more dynamic than you do have it on Earth, right? Rivers on Earth don't change their shape, but because the magnetic field is what's governing the shape of these structures and whether they form or not, then you get, then what you get instead is that these filaments can change very rapidly in terms of the way they look, the way they're shaped, whether they form at all, and whether they erupt. And so there's all sorts of other forces and things that cause that I won't get into right now. But anyway, so that's a little bit of knowledge about filaments prominences and filaments and what the difference is. There really isn't much other than perspective, and what causes them. Why do they form and why do they last so long? But filaments are things, and prominences are things you can see in H-alpha quite well, as Chuck and Amanda just finished showing on their live feed that they shared with us just a moment ago, which is very kind of you guys. So, any questions on that, guys? Oh, Vivid Magic says, please stop being so interesting. I really have to pee. Thank you. That's a really great compliment. I really appreciate that. That's like something I would say. Go pee, please. Go pee. No accidents. This is
Put your hold music on, Tamitha.
all right. Doom, 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 doom. I'll put the Jeopardy thing on, or the dun 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 dun. The girl from Ipanema.
Retro.
We'll wait. That's so cute. All right, so hopefully that helps answer some of the questions as to why people might have been seeing red dots on the edges of the sun during the totality. I love that we have a solar maximum sun. This is something that we weren't able to see in 2017 because there was nothing, right? There were basically no sunspots. I mean, I don't even know if we had a sunspot that particular day. There were no solar storms, very few filaments, if any filaments at all. The sun was completely quiescent. And the funny thing is, the difference is that back in 2017, we had a completely dipole magnetic field on the sun. It was very well organized, and therefore when the sun is very well organized with a nice calm magnetic field, you don't have any problems. Right now, the dipole field is reversing. In other words, there's no dipole field component right now. We have what we literally call a multipolar sun, meaning that there are more than two poles, magnetic poles, on the sun right now. Whoops, and I just had that's funny, my television just reset. That's odd. Don't worry, I may not be able to see you guys, but, oh yeah, I can see you on my other screen, so I'm cool. My television just reset. I think it overheated. I don't know. Anyway, what I was saying was that we have a multipolar sun right now, and because we have a multipolar sun, we basically are dealing with very complex magnetic field configuration, and almost a lava lamp. If we had to look for a magnetic neutral line right now, like a northern hemisphere and a southern hemisphere from a magnetic perspective, probably wouldn't find one. It would literally look like islands of different magnetic field all over the place. And so that makes for a very complex magnetic field structure, and it makes for a very convoluted kind of weather pattern, and filaments and stuff. If anybody wants me to pull it up, I will take time to load up what the magnetic field lines look like right now based on the potential field source surface model. So let me know if you want me to do that. It might take a few minutes, but I could pull that up here so we could easily look at it if you'd like. So I will stop this for now and go back to, let's see, a live feed. What is a good live feed should we look at? There's the in vivo one. Is that still going? Yeah, I think that's still going. They are, I don't know where they are. Let's go back to time and date, if I can find it again. Where is time and date? No, that's the sky. Don't need that. Here's time and date. Okay, we're going live here. So yeah, so this is Vermont right now. So as you can see, we're almost done with even the partial eclipse. And yes, this screen here is no longer working because we're past, we're done. This is just a replay. This isn't where we really are, but it's fun to kind of just watch it continue no matter what. We're because the eclipse is essentially over. But yeah, big thanks to Chuck and Amanda for keeping their H-alpha feed live for us this whole time. It's been really fun to watch here on Whereby, and all of you guys for joining me on Whereby as well. I'll continue to stay live here with you guys for a bit. You know, I have a class today at what time is it now? What, I see UTC time. What's my time right now?
1:23.
1:23. Thank you. Yeah, my clock is off. So I have a class. I have to teach a class at 4 p.m. my time. So I can stay on here. I'll probably stay on till about 2 p.m. my time. So at least another half an hour if you'd like. If people have experiences they want to chat about or questions, I am very open to anything. But this has been a lot of fun. I hope everybody's been having fun.
Learned a lot.
We're not. Why not? Phil, you're not?
I learned a lot.
Oh, you learned a lot. I'm like, we're not having fun. I'm not having fun at all.
Sorry, you just got kiwis.
That's so funny. Oh, I love it. So, okay, so Metal Halo is asking me, yes, to do that. So it looks like people do want me to show the magnetic field lines of the sun right now so we can kind of take a look at it. I will do that in just a sec. Let's see what else other people are asking. Video Flyer says the prominence on the southwest limb is likely what was seen in totality. I saw the same thing on different totalities. On the west limb, not on the east limb, you think? Let me go to here. Because what people were saying was that they were seeing stuff on the east. Let me just go like this. On the east, southeast limb is where they saw a lot of the activity. So I was assuming that that's likely where they were seeing all of the, you know, that's the prominence that they were seeing was also on that, you know, in the 304 angstroms was also on the southeast, not the southwest. But I very easily could have been either. So I won't, because I'm not good enough at this, and a lot of people I know their telescopes, they flip. It flips over the east and the west limb. You kind of have to almost pay attention to where the sunspot in which direction it's rotating to know. That's, for me, it's like when I see a picture of the sun from a ground telescope, I hardly know what way to do it unless I see the sunspots move. As soon as I see the sunspots move, like over a movie, a time lapse over a period of time, then I'm golden, because I know the sunspots always go from east to west, relative, you know, from the sun's perspective. So I always know then how to anchor myself from if I see the movement of the sunspots. Prior to that, I am always a little bit nervous to say that I know which way's up, so to speak, because it's it can be dicey. In this case, this feature is actually quite vivid. In the if I bring it up again, I think I still have the window up in 304. Yeah. So it's this feature here. Okay, so you can see it is tilted a little bit. This way it's kind of the sunspot, the high sunspot region. Actually, let me make sure it's right. Yeah. So that's the current time. So that's this feature here. Okay. So the sunspot is in here, and then you'd see this very dense filament just below it if you were looking at, you know, straight north, straight south, straight east, straight west. So the filament structure is just slightly to the southwest of the sunspot proper. So if we go back to, I keep forgetting there we are, time and date. Here it is. See, it's reversed. See how their sunspot feature is reversed? So the sunspot here is to the northwest of this feature. And so I think this is reversed. And so I think the sunspots may be moving this way on this image. See what I mean? It's dicey. Anybody have a different interpretation of what I just saw? So like those on Whereby, you can see in Chuck Amanda's screen share, she's got the, you know, Chuck and Amanda have their sun reversed, you know, the way we see it on SDO. Because the feature, the sunspot feature, and I'll pull this up for those on YouTube. Let me pull it up. So Chuck and Amanda, I'm going to look at yours again here in a sec. Let me turn the droid cam on. So you guys can hopefully, let me put my chair out of the way. Sorry. Move my chair out of the way. Let's come back. And There. So for Chuck and Amanda's screen share, right, you've got the sunspot here, and you've got this feature to the southwest, right? This is the west limb. This is the east limb. You've got the sunspot feature, and then this is, right, this feature. So if I now kill this for a second, and you look at look at the time and date, and I'll come over here now into time and date. Notice the feature is to the southeast, because that's the west limb. Or you'd think, if this were normal, this would be the west limb, this would be the east limb, but that's not what's happening. They've got their image inverted, horizontally flipped. So this is the sunspot, this is south, but in this image, this is the west limb. This is the east limb. Okay? This is north, I believe. This is still south. So they've inverted the image. Some telescopes do that. That's the crazy thing. That's why I never, never, never assume I understand an image of the sun without understanding their rig and how they look at it, because there's so many mirrors in so many of these telescopes that oftentimes the image gets inverted. So I guarantee you, if they did a time lapse, you would see sunspots moving from this side to this side. Okay? Because this is a mirror image, right? It's just horizontally reversed from this. And I'll put it back up again. Hold on. Boop. See? So now that filament structure is southwest, or south this way, to the right of the image, right of the sunspot, as opposed to left of the sunspot. Isn't that crazy?
Mike just posted his video.
Oh, cool. Okay, so I'll get off this for a sec. So Mike, you're back. Lovely.
I'm back, and you have permission to play the video.
Okay.
Live.
Can I put you on YouTube? I mean, live on
Yes,
YouTube?
you can. Yes, you
Okay.
can.
Okay, so you're live on YouTube, and let's see if I can share this. You posted this here. Let's see what we get. Hi. You can see my reflection. Okay. So this is...
Hello, this is Mike Richardson reporting live from Conway, Arkansas for spaceweatherwoman.com. We're 4 minutes out from the eclipse, and we have beautiful clear skies, and the clouds are actually evaporating as we get closer and closer to totality. You can see there's a very eerie glow to the air. The light is becoming subdued.
Live on YouTube right now, so that we can get a bigger image. For those of you on Whereby, you are probably not seeing this, and you're probably not hearing this, but people on YouTube are right now, so bear with me. Let me do this with...
We're at Conway, Arkansas.
Let me do this
next
first.
Or right in the middle of Conway Station Park, across from Boys and Girls Club of Faulkner County. This little strip here through central Arkansas is one of the very few places left that weren't clouded in. And I don't know if we can see that, but I'm going to be...
Mike, this is great recording.
Run.
Craig clicked on the link, and he's playing it also.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm going to get a couple of shots of the...
So by going to the 2017 eclipse, I knew what to expect.
So you knew what to expect, Mike? That's cool.
I knew what to expect, so instead of trying to focus on taking shots on just the sun, I took pictures of everything. I shot a video of the whole thing. And it is in HD.
Oh, it looks beautiful.
Time is 1:49:06.
Craig's YouTube audio
it's
is
really
over the top
starting
of
to
you
get
guys.
dark now.
The YouTube audio is hard to hear?
No, Craig is playing YouTube, and it's over the top of you guys.
I don't hear
150 exactly.
I don't either. I only
We're less
hear.
than 2 minutes from totality, people.
I did hear him for a minute, but not now.
Oh, okay.
I heard it, but no, yeah, it's gone.
Yeah, if you can keep it muted for the moment.
In the air. All these people are just so excited. The parking
So
lot is
from our
completely full,
location
packed.
where
There's
we
hardly
were,
no room to
we
even
could
breathe.
see thunderstorms, thunderheads
everyone's being
that were
patient.
moving, that were about 65, 70 miles south.
Wow, look at this.
East of us, moving northeast, and we're heading back to Louisiana now, and we just went through some showers.
The miracle of totality.
Partly cloudy skies now, and you'll be able to see in that video how clear the sky was where we were.
Oh, that's so cool, Mike. I'm so
there goes
pleased.
the lights.
Yep, look how dark it gets so fast. Oh my goodness.
51.
We are in totality.
I can't see it on my end, but I don't think it needs any narrating.
It doesn't look
because
like
I
I'm focusing. I see Venus.
You see
Oh my
Venus?
goodness, look
That's
how
so
pretty.
Cool. Yeah, it looks really bright actually.
Cameras don't do it justice.
They really don't, do they?
Yeah, when you see it for real, it's just so odd.
Look at all the lights that turned on.
Temperature, there was a marked temperature change.
Yeah.
Should be about 10 to 15 degrees, to be honest. Yeah, and look at that. Look at you. It looks like sunrise. That's just stunning. Now, Mike, do you mind if after all of this I put the link to your video in the YouTube chat so that people on YouTube can click it and watch it themselves?
I would like that. Please do.
I sure will. So I see you setting up for the, and you can see people on YouTube commenting right now. Yes. Oh, I even hear your shutter going, Mike, on the YouTube thing where you're taking pictures. That is so cool.
Yeah, I just figured out how to get my exposures set manually with that camera, and I've had it for almost 4 years. I figured it out this morning.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's got to be a challenge. Now, one thing.
See the little red dot at the bottom?
Oh yeah, you're talking about the red dot.
What is that? I'm not sure.
Yep, that was the prominence.
Isn't that beautiful?
This is amazing. The lights just went out. That is incredible.
Okay, I'm getting a red dot on the bottom. I'm not.
And there was a little. You could see. I was being sarcastic when I was talking about how many people were there. There really weren't that many, but there was a little group of astronomers over there, had all their telescopes set up. That was a good ways away from us. And I went over there and talked to him for a minute, and I mentioned that to him, and he said, yeah, that's probably a prominence. So, but I told them that this would be posted on spaceweatherwoman.com.
Oh.
The whole thing. So, because I think they were just focused on the. They had cameras, telescopes, and all kind of stuff.
35 millimeter
continuous videos, but I got some good shots. I think I started off with a shutter speed of 1/30th and ISO 100 and f8 with 300 millimeter zoom and manual focus, because when you try to do that autofocus and it just goes completely out of focus. I don't know why. I'm glad I was able to manual focus it. And then I increased the shutter speed to 125 because my tripod was shaking a little bit when I would push it, and I was afraid if I tried to hook up the wireless shutter, I might mess something up. So I
setting off
increased the shutter
fireworks.
speed, and I increased the ISO to 200. So, and it looked like on the 1 second review when I was shooting those pictures, it looked like they were coming out good. I shot them in RAW, and my son's might do some touch up on it. But I can send you copies of these pictures when I get home.
Oh, I'd love that.
Downloaded.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Wow.
Oh,
How
whoa.
about that?
Wow, did you see it was almost like somebody hit a light switch?
Yep.
On your video. Good night.
So
that was a
that's when
long totality.
We were absolutely blessed with
So-
some beautiful skies.
Which end are you
Our prayers were
at
answered.
beginning totality
No, end.
or at the end of totality?
End of totality.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
the
stop.
lights came right back on.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop this. I'm gonna stop this for just a sec.
The street lights came on.
Well, hang on. No, they're talking about
Now
street
the
lights. Yeah, everything's back to completely normal. That was fast in terms of how fast the light came
How
back
it's
up.
brightening back up is equally awesome.
Yeah, when all the lights are
within
off
just
and
a couple of seconds, it just really.
Yep. That was a great capture. All right, I'm going to stop this now. I will share this link in the chat. So Mike, you're back. Your likeness now on Whereby is on YouTube. So we're staring at you.
Okay.
So
I'm a passenger.
Yeah. So that was really cool and amazing that you took the time to record what the daylight looked like, what the horizon looked like. And it sounded like people had fireworks. Did anybody else
There
notice
were
that?
some people that were shooting some fireworks.
That is
and there
so
was somebody
awesome.
flying a drone around too.
Oh, really? Didn't hear that. That's wonderful.
But yeah, there was some fireworks going off. I guess they were, some of those things that you light them and they go up in the air.
Right, yeah, which probably would upset anybody who was taking photographs or something at the time if it made a big light, splash, because that would really ruin your exposure. But, at least people are celebrating.
It was far
so that's
enough
cool.
away from us that I didn't even see where they were.
Got it. Well, that's good. That's good to know. Okay, well, I'm gonna. Everybody is saying thank you. They would love to see that. That was Ernest Aldalma would love to see that. Alan Reeder says hi, Mike. Bill Pullen said Niagara Falls, New York is in totality now. I would think that totality had already passed.
Yeah.
You're probably still having partial eclipse, but totality is probably gone. So. Yeah, DeWolf says sometimes the pros miss the magic. So you're right. Sometimes they do, and I think this being your second or more eclipse, Mike, you nailed it by catching all that extra stuff and seeing the environment change, and seeing the lights come back on was just crazy. It literally looked like somebody hit a light switch. That was nuts. No, I think that's so awesome. Okay, so I'm going to turn this off for the moment. I am going to now add. Oh, looks like Time and Date may have stopped their live feed. Let me add your YouTube your thing in the YouTube chat. Hold on. So this is okay. Here is Mike's YouTube video. Hopefully they'll be able to see it.
So I identified myself as a field reporter for spaceweatherwoman.com.
Yes, you did. You sure did. Yeah, Time and Date, I think they've stopped their we've outlasted them. We started before and we're lasting after. Let's see if anyone else is live. Who's live? Is Univision still live? Let's see. No, I don't think so. This is the beginning of the eclipse. Let's see if are they done? Yep, I think they're done. So they're done. Anyone else live? Oh, let me stop.
I think it's just those chickens.
I think even NASA's finished. Oh, these wusses.
Yeah, they can't last like we do.
Yeah,
we
they
have
don't.
the biggest bladders.
We have the biggest bladders.
Get the rest. Yeah.
So, okay, so, we did it, guys. We got through it, and the neat thing is that we got to see a lot of the bits and pieces of the sun, both through space telescopes, and through normal, through the corona, through the actual eclipse. We also got to see a bit about how totality works when it comes to radio propagation, right? So if I go back to our, let me see if I can reload this and see what we've got, what Andy has given us. So the last 3 hours here. And we can see once again all that blue when it came up, right? How dark, and you can even see where the path of totality kind of was as it shot across the eastern coast, because you can see where the dark blue lines really kind of pick up. So that's really fascinating. I've got to figure out how to put that, include that in a forecast and kind of show like the path of totality. I'm going to see if I can overlay it, and if I can overlay the path of totality on there, I'll have that on there so we can watch literally how far, and whether or not the band's kind of rippled out and we see this thing growing like this in kind of a V. It'd be neat to see if we see that. So I think this has been a lot of fun. Hopefully people on YouTube, as well as everybody out here on Whereby. I'm trying to see how many, hang on. Why is it saying sharing this tab to Whereby? Are you guys seeing more than, am I sharing a screen with people? No, okay, good, I'm all right.
On my screen, you're frozen, but I have hotel Wi-Fi.
You might have to refresh, Lourdes.
Yeah, no, I know. I have hotel Wi-Fi.
Oh, got it.
So,
yeah, so that can be a problem. So, but we still have, even after totality, even after how many hours we've been on here, we still have 25 people in the Whereby room. So we've been doing pretty well. It's a pretty good party, guys. We were up. I think we had. I think we got as high as like 40 something. If I saw at the peak, I wasn't watching all that much, but that's a lot of people to have in a room. I know we're only able to have 12 people have their cameras on at one time, and for a little while we did peak out at that. I apologize, but I think overall, everybody was very, very kind, and they kept themselves muted for the most part. And it sounds like we had a lot of people having lots of parties and all of that good stuff. So I was very pleased with the way everybody was able to participate on Whereby and on YouTube. You guys on YouTube were great. A lot of really good questions, a lot of really good commentary about the amateur radio bands in particular, as also what you guys were seeing. I was so thrilled to get so many field reports. You guys are just so amazing. So Deplorable Drag says, great stream, Doc. Thanks for covering the Sky Show. You're very welcome. This has been an interesting day. That's Chief Joanne. AB8YZ. Great job so far. Thanks so far. Yeah, we're going to be having to sign off here pretty soon. People were in Minnesota, couldn't see it. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, Joanne, that's right. You're from NASA. I remember you telling me you're retired NASA. So, yeah, we did a little bit of a different stream, right? This stream was a bit more space weather related, right? We did a lot more about amateur radio. Talked a bit about even the magnetometers. I wish we had some live magnetometer stuff that I could have thrown us to, but sadly, that we'll have to save for the next eclipse, because those efforts are just beginning to ramp up. But watching the amateur radio stuff and watching HamSci, knowing some work that HamSci is doing, and watching how this stuff unfolds in real time is a lot of fun, as well as looking at all the visual field reports that we got from like Mike, and hopefully we'll get some from Jerry later on. I don't know if we'll be hanging out long enough. Has anyone else seen Jerry? Did Jerry pop back in at all? Has anyone seen that? Hasn't popped back in?
He hasn't come back.
Yeah, I can see why. I'd be having too much fun. Oh, that's cool. Steffi B says, I threw in the first like on Mike's video so I can save it for later. That's awesome. Yes, everybody go take a look at Mike's video. It's pretty dang cool. Mark, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I saw Jerry in just a second. He may have popped in and back out.
Oh, did he? Ah, poop. Well, we'll have to, circle back with him. He might have just seen that we were busy talking about a bunch of stuff and just wanted to check in to let us know that he probably has to upload footage and things like that
Jerry's
too.
back again.
Is he back? Is Jerry back?
Hey, Jerry.
Yeah, I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Hey, Jerry.
Well, to be honest with you, I listened to you the whole time I was running my camera and everything. So my phone was sitting there. It was on. It was on the Whereby channel, so I was hearing everything you guys were talking about. But
that's so great. Hopefully, it wasn't too boring. We're all
No,
talking
not
about
at
all
all.
sorts of stuff. Well, we have a lot of people on YouTube saying this was a great show. So, Metal Halo says, fun day, Tamitha. Craig saying, thanks, Andy. Ted D, great, excellent live stream, Doc. Thanks to you and your team. Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. So there's a good Truman show for you.
Yes.
Great streaming, great chat. People are loving it. So thanks so much. Midnight Arrow, Alan Reeder, all you guys. I have all your stuff up here so you guys can hopefully read the chat as well. Yeah, I am so grateful. Mike just went through his whole thing. Jerry, you got to make sure you check Mike's video. And with what you've done, Jerry, how'd it go? Tell us all about your experience.
Well, it actually taking the pictures with the big camera, it worked out quite well. I also set up a video camera that I was going to let run when it got close to totality. I did two things. Finally, I thought it was on the charger eliminator, but for some reason or other, it wasn't charging the battery, so it died before it ever recorded anything for me. I didn't see it till afterwards. And anyhow, so I didn't get any of that. I was paying too much attention to taking the actual photographs, and that was just a side thing that I had done. So I'm going. All the pictures are like Mike. I shot everything in RAW and JPEG together, but they're all buried in the camera. So get a breather. I've got to download all that stuff and start piecing it all together. I just brought everything in, and because I took the series all the way from a full sun at start, and about every 5 to 7 minutes leading up to the totality, and then back out the other side. But it was the same. The totality was just like it was when I went. I did the one in 2017, and I did a video on that. And if you remember, I put it on my YouTube channel from back then. You had made the comment about the fact that didn't know if there was any promises. If I remember right, if you go back and look at my video, you can see little spurts of pink showing up, or red, right at the edge of the sun or the moon shadow there. So I think there was some that were showing up.
There might have been. It all depends, because Bailey beads can sometimes look a little pinkish. It depends upon how pink and that kind of thing. But typically, prominences you can see. They're definitely they stand out a lot more than just Bailey beads do, and they are far more pink and much more reddish.
Well, I misidentified them as Bailey's beads until later, and I saw somebody else's who had a much clearer shot than I did, because that video camera I was using was not a very good quality one, so it wasn't well focused. And they had really good shots of it, and when I saw that, I said, okay, that's what I was seeing. It wasn't the Bailey's beads. That was the promises.
And I vaguely remember us having a conversation about that. And I do think there was a prominence at that time. You're very right. You're jogging my memory. I have a question. Do you have the link? Can you throw that link to that video in the chat so I can put it both? So I can put it also on YouTube for those who are hanging out and might want to do a comparison between the 2017 event and this one.
Yeah, my YouTube channel. I can't give you the link right here, but all they got to do is go find me on YouTube, search and find it. It's public.
Yeah, let's see.
They have to go back in years, because most of the stuff on there is about some meteorologist I know real well.
Yeah, your nephew.
My grandson.
Your grandson. I keep thinking he's your nephew. Okay, let's see. I don't have it on this. What is your name on your YouTube channel? I forget. I don't have it on this computer, but I'm going to look it up right here.
Jerry Ryan.
Is it just
my full name? Yeah.
How am I going to? Yeah, but how am I going to? There's probably too many
Can't you
Jerry
just search
Ryans on
for
YouTube.
me? Should be able to go to YouTube and search channel. Just put my name in.
Yeah, but it might come up as. Here, let me go to YouTube and search. Let's see. Are there not that many Jerry Ryans on YouTube?
Oh, I'm sure there are, but.
See, I'm finding a lot of Jeri. It wants to do that. That's the problem. So is there any other way I can find you? Because I'm having a hard time trying to search for you through all of this stuff. Do you have a video that might actually be? Let me see. We just see solar eclipse. Do you have any videos called solar eclipse? No. See, now it's going to Ryan Hall. Ryan Hall, y'all. So that's my problem. Is it's capturing the you know, the keywords, but I'm gonna have a hard time finding you off the cuff without a link or something.
I see one that was Eclipse 2017 at Franklin, Kentucky for Jerry Ryan. Is that right?
You? Jerry, is that you?
Did we lose him?
Did we lose? Yeah, right. Did we lose him? What's the one? Go ahead and put that in the
Sure.
chat.
Yep. Let me see. Control C and Control V and send.
For some reason, my whereby chat is not.
You not hear me?
Yeah, we do now.
Yeah. That video. That's the one I put up there. That's it.
Ah, cool. Okay, so let me see if I can get. I'll see if I can for everybody on YouTube. I'll see if I can get to that one.
Yep.
So that is.
I had switched over on my phone to try to find a link on YouTube, and I must have killed my microphone.
Oh, no worries. But I'm glad we found it. Thank you, Phil.
No
you
problem.
Have saved us here. So RBLX, it looks like.
Darn, it gets dark quick.
GNJ 2M. Cross your fingers. I'm not dyslexic. Nope. It says this video isn't available anymore.
Oh, I didn't know that YouTube took it off
right now.
No, it's there. I mean, I'm watching it right now.
Is it not BLX? Is it B something else X? Capital I?
It is case sensitive.
Well, yeah, I've got the case sensitivity, but I may need an uppercase I instead of a lowercase L.
Yeah, yes, that is possible.
Yes, that was it. Okay. Except I've got ads on it. It says Eclipse 2017 at Franklin, Kentucky. Let me skip the ad and boom.
That's
so Jerry, this is it?
That's it.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna take the chat off for a second, just put it in a slight smaller screen. Well, actually, we can watch it like this if we like, a full frame.
Yeah.
I'll do it like this with me out of the way. So what are you seeing this, Jerry?
Yes, I'm seeing it. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the opening. That's the opening part where actually I was set up right along Highway 31 West, there just south of Franklin, Kentucky, about a mile from the Tennessee line. And I'm just showing some video some B-roll stuff that I put on there to show where we were at and what it looked like before the eclipse ever started, because I was there about 4 hours before it was due to hit.
Yeah.
And that was on August, and it was very hot.
Well, this looks like you're in totality now, because that's really dark, like what they're showing now, and people are.
Gets dark yet.
Yeah, that is. If you turn up the audio, I've got narration to it, but.
Can you hear this?
I would.
There's the last of it.
Can you guys hear anything?
Not really, no.
I'm hearing it.
Yeah, there's people screaming, and there it is. Now this is what I took with my little cheap video camera. Same one I tried to do today.
Oh, got it. Yeah, and I hear creatures. I hope it's not distorted.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and I hear your voice saying it. I don't know if you guys are hearing it on whereby, but I'm hearing it in my other ear. So I know it's going through on YouTube.
Nah, I won't.
I'm going to try to see if it's not distorted. Yes, a lot. Hopefully, is it too loud, guys, on YouTube? I don't want anyone to be. I don't want it to be just too distorted.
This is cool as hell.
It sounds
Now,
like.
see the little prominences that's just peeking up there on the right side? And northeast side, there.
Yeah.
Tamitha?
Yeah. Let me turn this down to smidge. Because I've got both ears in.
Right over there. Over here.
Over here?
Yeah.
As the sun moved, as the sun was moving off, they actually started showing up.
Yes, I did.
So this is.
At
Oh,
this point,
I
you
see the
begin
red
to
there.
notice
Yeah.
small red tinged light areas
Yep, right there.
showing up on the edge at about 1 o'clock. They are
Now,
called
how
Bailey's
different
beads,
did that
and
look?
was created by the sun shining through the valleys
Turn
and
this down. How did that look to you in real life compared to the way it looks here?
the sun appears from behind the moon as a bright spot. This is called the diamond ring.
Jerry? Well, there's the diamond ring.
There it is.
Once the sun is visible, I must return the camera to the sky view to avoid camera damage. The light at this point
Yeah, this is
will
cool.
grow
I'm
rapidly
actually
brighter
hearing the
as the moon
audio
moves away
a
from
little
the
bit.
sun here
I think it's distorting myself, but
further southeast. This process
this is
just
pretty cool.
starting.
So I will put a link to this recording in the YouTube chat so that people on YouTube can watch it without having to, have all this sideline stuff going on. So hang on. Oh goodness, now we've got all this other stuff going on. Okay, so there's the link to that. Let me turn off this.
Oh, that's an ad.
Yeah.
That's not my video.
I know. You didn't have an oven on fire, did you?
No, I did not. That was a toaster.
Yeah. Jerry, what are you doing, man? You're not taking care of your kitchen. Okay, just kidding. All right, so I will pause this and we will go back to, so the interesting thing, and it's so funny because I could probably go back to 2017 and take a look at what the sun looked like back in 2017. And if we can see if there were other prominences. But your angle of it was, if it was a prominence in the north, maybe the northwest or the northeast of the sun, it was, definitely in a different location, yeah, than we've got here. This is being on the south, either the southeast or southwest, depending upon which angle people had in their telescope. When Jerry, I don't know if you were probably hearing me talk about how different views in the telescopes have a different look. Like some telescopes, of course, have mirrors that will then reverse the image from east to west or west to east. And we kind of went over that because like Amanda and Chuck and they had their screen share of their H-alpha imagery on, and it was a really great comparison with what we were looking at that time with time and date. They had a big, beautiful picture of the sun as well, but theirs was inverted. Its east limb was the west limb and vice versa. So it was a really great demonstration of how you have to be super, super careful when you look at people's images of the sun. Because things can get inverted and twisted. And plus you've got the whole hemisphere issue where if you're in the northern hemisphere, you're looking south towards the sun, and that makes your view in your local area tilt. It actually tilts where the northern position is. So it's never like straight north. It'll be tilted on this side or tilted on this side. And if you're in the south, it'll be tilted one way or the other. And the closer you get to the equator, the less it's tilted. So if you're at the equator, north will look north. If you start going up past the equator, your tilt will go one way or another. And as you get really up to the pole, your tilt will be almost, I don't think it goes quite to 90 degrees, but it tilts quite dramatically. So you always have these strange, kind of hoops that you have to jump through. A lot of image gymnastics that you have to, or optical, I should call it optical gymnastics that you have to jump through in order to know exactly, you know, what the direct comparison is going to be between an image of the sun from a space telescope compared to a ground telescope image, if that makes any sense. So that's always something when people say, "Oh, I saw a prominence on this limb of the sun." I'm like, I don't really know if that really equates to what we see in the space telescopes. So.
Tamitha, I don't know if I can get this to show up or not. You know, the trouble of it is the back of the camera image won't stay there.
Yeah. Can you?
Yeah, I'm gonna get it back up again. It died on me.
Okay. Alan Boucher said, "Gotta bounce. Thank you for the great party coverage of the 2024 solar eclipse. We were not able to see any of the eclipse here in St. Paul, Minnesota due to clouds." Oh, well, hey, so at least Alan got a chance to see the eclipse with us. That was awesome. I mean, you know, you guys saw the level of eclipse that I had, which was kind of, you know, not all that great. So it was really nice to be able to share all of it with you all as well. I'm just thrilled that we've been able to have such a fun time together. So let's see. Whoops, let's see if that's me. No, it isn't. I got to move. Oh, that's that. Okay, that mouse. All right. So let's see. Thanks for doing this. This is seventh signature. Where are you on my other one? Thanks for doing this. I've been watching on the TV since right after you started the live stream. I've got a fairly good shot during totality showing a prominence on the lower left. Oh, cool. Thank you, seventh signature. I love that. And NorCal JB said, thanks, Dr. Scove, and moderators, got to run. So thanks, you know, you guys have made this, it isn't just me making this stream wonderful. You guys all have made this stream wonderful. Jerry, thank you so much. Mike, I don't even know, Mike Richardson, you're still on. Thank you so much. Sue, who also did a field report, I think, from Lower Texas. That was wonderful. So I'm super thrilled. And Jerry, you're now showing, cool. I'm going to come up here and turn on my my camera back on here for a sec. Droid cam, let's see. Good. So Jerry, oh, you had something, then your camera went off, Jerry. There you are.
Yeah, I'll bring it right back up again. Got to get rid of the comment.
Oh, got it. Was there a comment? Yeah, okay. No one comment right at the moment because...
No, it wasn't that. It was the, it was showing I hit a button that was showing the detail on the picture.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, so Marcia said, have fun teaching your class tonight. Thank you for this Eclipse Party 2024. Marcia, if you're still with us, that you're very welcome. All of us have this has been a real group effort today. And I'm just thrilled honestly to be a part of it and being able to host it because you guys all just went above and beyond. Yeah, and Jerry, your camera went out again for whatever reason.
Yeah, I don't know how in the world to lock this thing on so it doesn't drop off. It only gives you about 3 seconds to look at it.
That's weird. And the camera just goes off like that, and then you have to reinitialize?
Well, yeah, it drops back into normal camera mode.
Huh.
When That's I just strange. Bring up the... You'd think after owning this camera for about 10 years, I'd know how to deal with it.
Yeah, well, technology always does this. Well, I've got my camera on you, so when you pop back on, we'll be ready. I did see a nice totality. It looked beautiful on your camera for just a moment. That was very gorgeous. So, and I'm looking at chats right now. Bill Pullen said we were in poor propagation and you professed it would get better. So Bill, I hope it did get better. Your propagation got better. Midnight Arrow is laughing. Let's see. Yes, Sarah Greenfield said yes. Ours went from northeast to southwest at an angle and then a crescent. Yeah, that's the thing. Is that here? I'll just play with this with me. Hi, for the moment. We'll just kind of. You guys will get a far away shot of the studio. I'll just hold this up for now because people, I think basically most cameras are gone. You guys are just seeing me, so it's probably safe. Yes, my studio is a bit of a mess right now, but you know, it's a working studio. But yeah, so you guys can see my feed, how I'm kind of looking at all these screens that have, you know, I have this screen here too. I'll do a cute little screen show so you guys can see from my vantage point what I see when I look off to this is my right. I have a television screen where you can see all of the chats as well as the whereby room. Then I've got the whereby room on the main screen as well. So you can see the main screen. It's kind of blocked by this light, but then I've got two smaller monitors down below that are monitoring the live feeds. And I had my iPad, which you can see is black right now. That is dualed as a both a Sling Studio live stream monitor as well as my marking board, right when I was drawing about the moon and showing the path and doing all that cute fun stuff. Then you see my cute little computer here. This is the one that is the laptop that's been running all of the live feeds, and you know, the sun that you see behind me, that's my normal green screen stuff. And then you see another screen here where I've got the television again, you know, not television, but the whereby monitor and the chats, so that I can, if I'm facing this direction on the green screen, I can still see what I'm pointing at and all of that stuff. So there you go. So, Jerry, you're still working. So I'm still just hanging out.
Well, hang out a second. You know what I'm going to do?
Huh.
I'm going to pull the memory card out. I'll take it up and put it on the computer, and I can bring it up and be done with it.
Ah, okay. There we go. We'll just kind of hang here.
Yeah,
I will. Like I said, I've got a little bit more time before I have to get out. Craig D9, K9 or KD9 UQE. You have added so much benefit of amateur radio you can't imagine. I do hope you will have another session for all of us again. Yeah, if you guys want me to do this, someone else put up, and I don't remember who it was, someone else put up that they want me to do this, you know, during another solar eclipse. Like there's going to be another eclipse in October. I would love to do that. It's an annular eclipse. The problem that we have is that we won't have quite as much fun because we won't have as many field reporters. Right? Part of what made this particular eclipse a whole lot of fun was that we did have people out in the field. So I don't know, we can definitely chat about it. I think my Patreon VIPs and I can chat about that more. And you know, anyone else, if you guys have opinions about it, I'm game to do it. We just probably won't have quite as many field reporters out there being able to show us their personal experiences. But we definitely could have fun, you know, hanging out. That's for dang sure. This was a blast. It went way faster than I expected. Let's see. So what are other people saying? We've got, what was all the shaking of the sun about in Texas? I don't know. What was the shaking about? I didn't hear about that. So Brian Stevens asked about that. I have no idea. Joanne says, what is the SEQP transmissions? An amateur radio operator want to take on that? Mark or Jerry? SEQP transmissions? Not sure. I mean, I know Q codes, but that doesn't look like a Q code to me.
No.
So I don't know, Joanne, if you want to mention it again or what that is, please put that back in the chat so we can have an idea, because I need to know what the acronym stands for.
So did you say there's an
SE2P appears to be a special event call sign.
Oh. So if we're talking about special event, meaning solar eclipse party, yeah, SEQP. That's got to be what that is. Yeah, so that must have been calling, and I haven't paid attention to what the SE is, probably solar eclipse, right?
Right.
It's a QSO party.
Solar eclipse QSO party.
Solar eclipse QSO party. I knew I had seen it before, but I couldn't place it. So yeah, that's when people use those call signs on the air. Other amateur radio operators know that that's kind of like it's not official business, but it's official eclipse party business. And so other people will either make room for them on the air, or they will, if they're specifically talking to them, or doing other Eclipse party work, they will make contact with that or make a QSO with that person. It's just it's etiquette. Amateur radio operators have a lot of good etiquette.
SEQP was actually done through HAMSI.
I believe it. And I'm sure that's where I saw it. Yeah, because we really didn't have Eclipse QSO parties prior to HAMSI. I mean, people might have done it for fun, but it was never organized like it is now, where we have thousands and thousands of people. And we actually have stations as well, right, where we actually have people who purposely set up, just like Jerry has, set up these stations on with magnetometers and whisper networks and all this other stuff, so that we can absolutely collect data.
Sabi?
I can see you, Jerry. That's great.
Okay, the SEQP was a solar eclipse QSO party that was ran in conjunction with this whole solar eclipse, where it started about 4 hours before the eclipse hit the U.S. and it continued until it went beyond. And it's basically like any other QSO party. Everybody will put in their logs to the scoring committees, and there'll be awards for everybody who worked everybody else. But the whole idea of the special event QSO party is to get as many amateurs on the air to create as much RF that can be tracked by the reporters, so they can see the effects of the on the ionosphere from the eclipse going over.
That's cool. I knew I had seen SEQP, but it just didn't click. I should have clicked, but yes, and Ham Radio Wilderness with Frank KG6 NLW is also saying that this is what is he saying? ABBYZ SEQP is Solar Eclipse QSO Party. Yes. So yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. AB8. It's AB8YZ. I think that's Joanne's call sign. So yeah. That, that's really what we've been talking about all day long, is we're looking at all the different calls, all of the different contacts that have been going on. So the ones that are officially calling out, and how, Jerry, how are they using SEQP? Are they using it as kind of like letting different people who are in that party know that they can contact each other? Is it calling CQ, but calling specifically CQ for people who only want to talk to people who are in the QSO party, or what?
No, everybody worked everybody. Everyone used their own call signs, and it was just like any other QSO party, like any state QSO party that goes on all the time. All states have them every year and things like that. And the logs will be sent into a scoring committee that they put together under HAMSI to what they're going to do. But the whole idea behind it was to get as many people on the air, and then because they'll be on CW, they'll be on FT8, they'll be on phone, and also for like that. So that's going to generate paths for the PSK reporter, the Whisper, and everything else to report back to, and that fills up that data bank for everybody to pull from later after everything is over.
Yes.
It's just really a way to generate a lot of people using the airwaves under this particular time when the eclipse was going on.
Making sure people are using it. Well, I tell you, there's a lot of people that are checking in right now. We've got David, what is it, KO4GAR. He says, yeah, I already submitted my log. So we've got people that are already doing it. Digital QSL card if you're lucky. So it says, why are you holding a completely damaged phone? It's not damaged. This isn't damaged. I'm holding it because that's what's generating this image behind me. Because Jerry's going to share with us here in a second. He's going to share with us some of his images of totality, and that's how I'm going to share, because I'm not sharing people on Whereby. I'm trying to keep their faces out of it unless they've given me permission to show their faces. So I'm using this cute little phone with my little NDI tool to project an image behind me, which is why it's so shaky. But that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just kind of hanging out until Jerry's able to to get his stuff up on the computer. But we keep asking him really interesting questions, and he's answering them. So it's slowing him down, I'm sure.
Okay, so did I hear you say there's going to be an annular eclipse in October?
Yes, someone mentioned that. Mark, you mentioned that, and someone on YouTube also mentioned it in the
Right.
chat. So
Where?
let's see. Where? I don't know. Anybody know where the annular eclipse is going to be in October? That's open for anyone.
Checking it now.
Well, there won't be another one in the U.S. for 20 years.
Yeah,
It'll be somewhere else.
till
Saturday, October
2045.
14th, 2023, it will go from the Pacific Northwest
Wait.
and exit down in Texas.
Mark, wait. 2023, you said. Hang on,
Yeah,
you said
Twenty-three was
20.
last year.
Wrong one.
Okay, that's what, yeah, careful. Because there's so many.
Yeah.
People don't realize that eclipses happen all the time, right? We think, oh, wow, this is a once in a lifetime event. No, it isn't. Just travel. They happen all the time. You know, you can see one in totality easily every 3 to 4 years if you want. You just have to travel to a landmass that's having it.
Let's see, October 2nd, 2024. See if
Yeah,
I can find
Ms.
it.
Marsican says in the southern hemisphere somewhere. So, yeah, Solar Weather Aware is saying rather uneventful solar eclipse. Solar activity is pretty flat.
Mostly,
Yes,
mostly
we
across
wanted
South
that.
Pacific.
It's in the South Pacific. So yeah, long distance away. Don't fly there, Mike, please.
You have to swim really well.
We'd have to do a fundraiser for you to do a GoFundMe to get Mike Richardson to be able to go to the South Pacific. All right, let's see what we got
other
here.
than Easter Island, a small tip of southern Argentina and Chile, and the Falkland Islands is going to be about all you're going to be able to do.
Oh wow!
Yeah, the telescope may put together a viewing
Amazon?
party and go.
Yeah, I see the picture. You're sharing it with us, and I've got it up on YouTube. Except come silly thing. Hold on a second. I've got to get my chair out of the way. Sorry, guys. Did I say this was a casual event? So here we go. And sadly, my reflection, you can see, hello. I'm right in the middle of the reflection here. So the picture isn't as good on YouTube as it is, with my camera as it is actually on the screen for us on Whereby, because you're not getting all the reflections that my poor reflection is casting here. But I do see what look like.
See the promises right there?
Yeah, look at that. Those are definitely prominences. Wow. Okay, so, and you can even see a tiny one. No, you probably can't see it. I'll see if I can zoom in. See that teeny tiny thing right there? So there's one
you
there.
can see it.
I think I can amplify or zoom it in a little bit better.
So I'm going around the limb of the sun right now so that it minimizes the contribution of my silly reflection holding a camera so that people can see, and then I'll pull out. Yeah, wow. Lots of prominences. So we would need to go back and compare that with the red sun that I have underneath me, that I have underneath this image. Whoop.
I think that one on the right-hand side of the image just below center is the one that we saw from that H alpha.
Wait, the right side of the image just below center? That's on...
Right.
That one there?
Yeah, that one right
that
there.
one. Okay, below center, yeah. Right there. That's the one you think we saw in H alpha being on the western limb? Then that means this little teeny tiny one might have been on the eastern limb, and because we had north tilted here.
Right.
So north would be tilted like this. This is on the western limb then. This would be the southern eastern limb. So you had north, south. Whoops, why is my camera doing that? Oh, battery power 5%. I better, hold on. I've had this thing streaming for so long. There we go.
You like me, Tamitha, I ran everything out of batteries, and I had to scramble to either change batteries or find AC converters in order to keep my camera systems going.
Yeah, so this poor camera is about to go kaput, and it might still, because I'm only got it charging on a USB connected straight to my computer, so it may still go down here in a second. But so if we were looking at this, and I'm sadly hogtied now with this cable, but if I pull myself out here, if this is north-south here, where my line is going, so that's north, and then that's south, then we've got that would be the western prominence that we saw and the eastern prominence that we saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so we'd also then, if that's north-south, then we'd also see a few things in the kind of the northwest, which I have a reflection up here, but if I can kind of change it, so you can see this, there's a little bit of red here, a little bit of red here. So again, north-south. So we would have some prominences both on the northwest and the southwest limb above the really southern prominence and then the eastern prominence. So we can take a look at that here as soon as I put this away. Let me turn this off here and see if I can show the image of our sun again. And I've got, let me go back to this. Hold on. I'm going to take the thing out for a sec so we can sit down and talk about it. So from here, excuse me, I've got my headphones or my earphones are kind of bugging me. They're getting caught. So from this perspective, if this is the one from the west and that's the one from the east, then we should have seen something, because this being north-south now, right? That's the one in the west, that's the one in the east. Yeah. Then we had some up the north, there we go, and some even higher. So the other two that we were looking at were probably these. As my computer goes by, no, don't go by. So let me make this bigger. If I can make it a little bit, come on, make it a little bit bigger. Why are you not growing? Thank you. Big screen here, single screen. Okay, so again, this is the one that is at the bottom. So for those who are still on whereby, you can see Jerry's image. This is the one that is on the, if you look at it, his image being 12, look at it as a clock face. 12 o'clock is straight up. That's not north, it's just 12 o'clock. And then you look around, right around 4 o'clock in his image, okay, that would be this one. Then if you look around 6 o'clock in his image, that might be this little guy that jumps off right there, okay? And then if you look around 2 o'clock in his image, that could be either this guy or even this one, but likely this guy. And then that might be, well, that can't be quite right, can it?
Well,
so maybe it's these two. Maybe it's these two here.
Yeah, that depends on what the sun's rotation was for that when we were viewing it here. Is this the same? Mm-hmm. Because it has to be on the limb, or the camera doesn't see it.
Right, and of course this is a full day, right? So we're looking at hours.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to know which one of these puppies was leaping off of the sun at the time that you captured it.
Right.
Right. But it's definitely all of this junk from here to, I'd say, about here is going to be what you were capturing from 6 o'clock p.m., so to speak, on your image, all the way up to like 2, which could be here for us. Because on yours is like 1 or 2 in the, on your image, it's almost up at pointing at like 1 or 2, or excuse me, from the clock face. If this is noon, 1 is like here or about there, or two is about there, 1 is about here. So that one thing that you're looking at, Jerry, on yours is that high. That's probably not this filament because we don't have a rotation now. At the very least, it has to be this one because it's rotated more. Our sun, your sun is rotated relatively. So it would have to be here, probably no higher. Couldn't these, I think we have to exclude these filaments, but it'd have to be here or some of these in here. So we have this kind of set, this a little bit in here. We had a couple up in here. It's really hard to tell, but that is really neat to see that there were so many. Back in 2017, when you took images, did you even see that many?
No, like I said, that I don't think I did. Although I got the same kind of pictures from 2017. I can go find it in my See if I can find one and we can compare it to this one. If you want to hang on a second.
If you'd like to, we can. We're definitely winding down now, and I think it's at 2:30 my time, so I am going to have to get off here. But I have a couple more minutes. We can just see, because I think there was only one prominence that people felt they saw. And if Mike Richardson's still here, he might have stepped off. I think there was only one prominence, and people talked about it. If anybody remembers 2017, the prominences back then, let me know if you're in the YouTube, for instance, YouTube chat. A lot of people are saying bye. I don't blame you. We've been on for a long time. This has been a lot of fun. I'll go ahead and put the clips with the chat back up. We're definitely winding down. For those who are getting ready to leave, don't feel badly if you have to go, because this has been an amazing party, far better, far more fun than I ever could have hoped. So, and that's so due to you all. I mean, all of you guys have been just so great. Great questions, great field reporting. I just loved every moment of it.
Yeah, I never would have bothered to look up if it hadn't been because of this. I thought I was just going to see it through you guys. And, I bought the glasses and I'm like, nothing in Albuquerque because, my nephew and everybody else was going to Texas. So, but I stayed here. And I went outside, I trust. I looked up at the thing. I hope I looked at it right. I'll know tomorrow. But it was fun, and I saw it twice. And the second time, he was straight overhead, and no, it wasn't total, path of totality, but it was good enough for me.
Oh, that's awesome.
It exceeded my expectations.
Oh, that's so cool.
Thank you that you made me look, because I was like, nothing's going to happen here.
No, even partial eclipses are fun. They're nothing like totality. So for those who got lucky enough to be in totality, I mean, it's just amazing. Oh goodness!
Last time you were in Carbondale, right?
I was in Jefferson City when I was working with NASA TV. Yeah, and that was pretty crazy because there was we had all this camera work and all this kind of stuff going on, and there were so many people because we were right at City Hall. So there were just so many people going around that you felt, you could hear the crickets. I saw birds kind of getting nuts, and I saw the street lamps go on, which was really fun. But it was the human element in that particular totality that made it so amazing, because the humans were all going, oh, you could hear like this entire collective like gasp and inhalation, where they just, oh, everybody did that all at the same time as everything got really dark really fast.
Nobody beat the drums?
No, but we did have the big horns when you had to put your goggles back on. It was pretty funny.
Oh, okay.
People were firing these. Let's see. Jeff Bartlett says it's 7:30 a.m. in Southeast Australia right now. Thanks for the great show. You're welcome, Jeff. If you've been watching since early morning your time, wow, that is very cool. Hope you enjoyed it. We sure did. We sure have had a total blast here. Infodog saying 73 and thanks. So good. See you, Infodog. Have a wonderful day. Yeah, Jerry.
I have all that, but I never took the solar filter off of the big camera. I didn't shoot any of it. It's all dark when it was doing its automatic shooting.
Oh.
Because I was running the video camera then.
Don't you hate that? I mean, it's hard when you're a one-person team trying to pull it off. I completely understand.
So, this time, see, it worked out just great because I took all the pictures with the big camera, and I let the video camera run on its own, and it died on me. So,
so what you do is you combine them both, and then you got a perfect eclipse.
Yeah.
You got the video of the other one, and this is the one that you should have better pictures of those because of the fact that you have all those prominences. Yes. So if you had to have the way, have the tech failures go one way or another, you did it perfectly. this was definitely the one to have the pictures like this, because those pictures are just stunning, Jerry. I'm staring at it. You're still sharing it. I'm still staring at it. It's just beautiful. Do you see any evolution in the pictures as they go?
Yeah. Let me go back here to the.
See if I can
camera.
show people. Yeah. Some people are saying best party ever. Thank you so much, Midnight Arrow. That was so wonderful. Back on with beer and barbecue. Andy Cowley says, a fantastic show. Yes, my phone camera has died. I can't show anybody any more screenshots here. Sorry, because my phone camera finally went kaput. It says I'm done. Yeah. Hey, it did pretty well. It survived for a long time. We've been on here for almost, what, 4 hours, three and a half, 4 hours, so it's done a great job. So let's see. Yeah, Metal Halo is saying, I'll say 73 and 88s now. Thanks so much, guys, for tuning in. And it's been so fun. Timo says, next solar eclipse in Finland, that is about to happen in October in 2016. Oh, that's a long time to wait, but not too long. That's not too bad. Yeah, so that will be fun. We could probably have another really great one, but we do have to wait a few years. Oh, no, you said 2116. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I won't be around. That's a very long time to wait. I was reading that and completely wrong. And Jeff, you've been watching since 4 a.m. at work? Oh my goodness. Well, hopefully it made your day. Hopefully you won't be too sleepy. Don't fall asleep driving home. That would be awful. Oh, Jerry, yeah.
There's one that's what I did was I shot a whole series of the totality. So that basically I'll stack these so to get
like a time lapse.
Yeah, but here you're getting that type of view, but you don't see much of the corona because it's stopped down.
Right.
It's stopped differently, and if I go back to.
Yeah, and I wish I could share these images with you guys on YouTube.
What happened is when I first started out, let me pull up.
Yeah, and I'm saying bye to Andy Cowley if he's not left the room yet. Bye, Andy. Andy could have joined us on Whereby. And Karen Figgins, I didn't notice a prominence, but did see totality. It looked like it fired off a flare to me, but it was hard holding my eclipse glasses on my face. Got it. Yeah, totally. Yeah, the likely saw prominences especially if you're looking at these things that might have actually launched maybe a slow bubble moving. You might have seen part of these prominences launching as solar storms. That's pretty cool, especially if you had 4 minutes of totality. David O'Shea is saying, thanks, Tamitha, I enjoyed it. Karen is saying, bye, thanks again. Yeah, Jerry, I can't wait for you to don't rush or anything. I mean, I want you to get like laden, but when you get a time lapse together, that would be really awesome. Just if we could see any variability.
This is one that's that different exposure, so it allows you can see how much the corona, a lot more of the corona coming out.
Yeah, and I do think from the corona we can tell that yes, it is very similar. Actually, as a matter of fact, let me switch my camera for a sec so you can see what I'm talking about. What I have in my multi-frame here, if I move my chair in the right spot, this is, am I doing this right? Okay, yeah. So this is what predictive science, as soon as my live total solar eclipse party thing goes away, which will be another moment or so, it'll go away. This is the predictive science eclipse, like the corona, what they expected the corona would look like from space. And of course, it's really enhanced, far more dramatic so that you could see where the loops are. But you can see some of the streamers, right? And so you can see some of the streamers in yours where they are.
Yeah,
you definitely rotated. Yeah.
You see some of the streaming coming out there?
I sure do. And you can see some of the bright spots down in the south, and you can tell that's a bit rotated from where we are in the prediction. So yeah, I think that's excellent.
I'll stack these and we'll make a composite of everything, and then stack them maybe to show more corona and less of the.
That is that'd be awesome. Especially if you even and if it's possible to even heighten the contrast. So so you can see the streamers a bit more and see the detail in the streamers. That would be so awesome. I'll show that in a forecast. I mean, I'd love to if you could stack them like that. That would be really crazy. So, right on.
That'll be the next job, is to get all these pulled in and do a lot of post-processing.
Oh, it'd be great. But take your time. Don't worry. I don't want you to feel pressured at all.
No, I heard that. The deadline. The editor's already put the deadline on me.
There's no ticking clock. Come on. You're so bad. Okay. Well, I think we've had a wonderful stream, and sadly I am going to have to start calling it quits because I got to prep for my lecture today. I'm at the end of SWIN 572. We've got students that are about to take their second, essentially their late term before they take their final exams, and I've got to get them all ready. And I'm sure we will be talking about the eclipse a bit today. But this has been fantastic, and I've enjoyed every moment of it. Thanks to all of you.
Did you see my shirt I had to wear today?
I think it's wonderful. Total Eclipse Day. As a matter of fact, I will shut down the live stream before, I think it's April 8th. Look at that. That's so cool.
Now, I've got to go change this shirt because I got to put on the Purdue shirt. I got to shut down and go to basketball because we got a national championship to win.
Oh, yeah. Don't wear this to that. Yeah, that's right. But, if you're diehard, though, you just kind of have one stacked on the other.
Well, something like that. Well, that's okay. I'll be in front of the TV here at the house, but
that's so cool. Well, what I will do is I will shut down the live feed for YouTube, but I'll stay on Whereby for a while yet, just kind of saying goodbye to you all and having some, just kind of behind the scenes chat as I shut stuff down. But let's say goodbye to everybody on YouTube. Thanks so much, guys, for everything, for sticking with us all this time. I see John M., Detection Post, Alan Rader, you've been with us for a long time. Bill, thank you so much. All of you guys, it's been so great. Chuck McGillis, you said you couldn't see the sun. Yeah, some big round black thing was in the way. I went out to see the eclipse, but I couldn't see the sun at all. Some big black thing was, round black thing was in the way. It ruined the whole thing for me. That's great. I love it. Wonderful. That's the best joke of the day. Roger McKeon, Jeff, yes, you are still on. Oh my goodness. Okay. Solar Weather Aware, you guys, wonderful. Good to see you so much. It's been such a blast. You guys have all made it so great, and we will see you all very soon. Okay. So have a good one, and catch the replay if you haven't seen the whole thing. I'm definitely going to watch it again at some point, for sure.
Bye, Tamitha. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. You guys on Whereby can stay with me if you'd like. I am just stopping YouTube for the moment. So bye, everybody on YouTube. I had a blast. I hope you did too.